Introduction: the moment everything changes. There is a moment, perhaps you've felt it before, when everything shifts. You're in the middle of something demanding. The pressure is real. The stakes are high. Your mind should be racing, your body tense, your nerves fraying at the edges. By all accounts, you should be struggling. But instead, something happens. The noise fades. The tension dissolves. Your body moves with precision you didn't know it possessed. Your mind becomes crystal clear, not empty, but perfectly focused. Time bends. Hours pass like minutes. And you perform at a level that surprises even you. That moment is flowing. And it changed everything. Maybe you experienced it on a basketball court, sinking shot after shot while the crowd became white noise. Maybe it was during a presentation at work, when the words poured out of you with effortless conviction and the audience hung on every sentence. Maybe it was writing a letter to someone you love at 2 a.m., when the words captured something you'd never been able to express before. Maybe it was playing a musical instrument, when your fingers moved on their own and something transcendent emerged through you. Whatever form it took, you know the feeling. And you also know how rare it is. Because for most of us, flow is a ghost. It shows up without warning, stays as long as it pleases, and vanishes without explanation. We can't summon it. We can't predict it. We can't hold on to it. We simply hope that, someday, the stars will align and we'll find ourselves in that extraordinary state again. This book is going to change that. Why this book exists. For over 50 years, psychologists have studied flow, the state of complete absorption in a challenging activity that produces peak performance and deep fulfillment simultaneously. The foundational work of Mihai Csikszentmihalyi established flow as one of the most important concepts in human psychology. Subsequent researchers have mapped its neuroscience, catalogued its conditions, and documented its benefits extensively. And yet, despite decades of research, most people still can't access flow reliably. They read about it, admire it, occasionally experience it by accident, but have no systematic way to create it in their lives. Why? Because most of what's been written about flow falls into one of two traps. Trap 1: too theoretical. Academic research on flow is rigorous and fascinating, but it's written for other researchers, not for the person who wants to perform better at work tomorrow morning or compete with more confidence this weekend. Trap 2: too mystical. Popular books about flow often present it as a spiritual experience accessible only to elite performers or enlightened beings. They wrap it in language that makes it sound like something beyond ordinary human reach, something you achieve through years of meditation or some ineffable gift of talent. Neither approach helps you actually do anything. This book is different. It bridges the gap between scientific understanding and practical application. It takes everything we know about flow, psychology, neuroscience, and performance research and distills it into a concrete, actionable system that works for real people in real life, under real pressure. Not athletes only. Not artists only. Not executives only. Everyone. Because flow is not a privilege, it's a birthright of human cognition. Your brain is designed to enter this state. The question isn't whether flow is possible for you. It's whether you know how to create the conditions that allow it to emerge. The problem with pressure. Let's talk about pressure, because pressure is everywhere, and most of us are losing to it. Whether you're a surgeon making a critical decision in the operating room, an entrepreneur pitching investors with your company's future on the line, a parent trying to be present for your child after an exhausting day, a student facing an exam that could shape your future, or an athlete performing in front of a crowd that's watching your every move, pressure is a constant companion in modern life. And here's what most people do when pressure arrives: they fight it. They tighten their jaw and grip harder. They tell themselves to calm down. They try to think their way out of anxiety. They force focus through willpower. They white-knuckle their way through performances, hoping they survive intact. Sometimes this works. Often it doesn't. And even when it does, it costs enormously in energy, in well-being, in the quality of the performance itself. The approach in this book is fundamentally different. Instead of fighting pressure, we're going to transform it. Instead of treating pressure as the enemy, we're going to reveal what it actually is: an invitation. An invitation to engage fully with something that matters, to discover what you're truly capable of, and to experience one of the most rewarding states available to human beings. Pressure isn't the problem. Your relationship to pressure is the problem. Change that relationship, and everything changes. Who this book is for? This book is for anyone who wants to perform better when it matters most. Whether performance means closing a deal, delivering a presentation, competing in a tournament, operating on a patient, or showing up fully for the people you love, this book gives you a systematic approach to accessing your best. Fills the gap between potential and performance. You know you're capable of more than you're currently producing. Something keeps you from accessing that capability consistently. This book identifies what that something is and shows you how to close the gap. Is tired of chronic stress and distraction. You want to feel engaged with your life instead of perpetually scattered. You want to experience depth and presence, not just surface-level busyness. This book offers a path back to genuine engagement. Struggles with performance anxiety. The pressure of being watched, evaluated, or judged undermines your performance. You want to perform with confidence, not in spite of fear. This book transforms your relationship with anxiety into a resource. Seek sustainable excellence. You don't want to burn out chasing peak performance. You want a way to perform at high levels consistently while maintaining your well-being. This book shows you how flow makes that possible. Wants to help others perform better. Whether you're a coach, teacher, leader, or parent, understanding flow allows you to create conditions where others can access their best. This book equips you to do that. You don't need to be an elite athlete. You don't need years of meditation experience. You don't need a particular personality type or background. You need willingness to practice and openness to discovering what's actually possible when you stop fighting yourself and start working with your natural capacity for excellence. What you're going to learn. This book is organized into 4 parts, each building on the last. Part 1, Understanding Flow, Chapters 1 to 3, establishes the foundation. You'll learn exactly what flow is, why it matters, what prevents it, and what mindset enables it. This section answers the why behind everything that follows. Part 2, the Ready, Steady, Flow Model, Chapters 4 to 6, introduces the core framework, a practical 3-step process for accessing flow consistently. Ready is about preparation. Steady is about regulation. Flow is about entering and sustaining optimal performance. Each chapter provides specific, actionable techniques you can implement immediately. Part 3, Applying Flow, Chapters 7 to 9, addresses the real world, where things don't always go according to plan. You'll learn how to bounce back from setbacks, how to create your personalized flow ritual, and how to integrate flow into daily life beyond formal performance situations. Part 4, Sustaining Flow, Chapters 10 to 11, zooms out to the long game. You'll understand how flow builds deep resilience, prevents burnout, and creates a sustainable foundation for lifelong excellence. The final chapter explores the broader implications of living a flow-based life. The appendices provide quick reference tools, assessment templates, and resources for continued development. How to use this book. You can read this book cover to cover, and I recommend doing so at least once because each chapter builds on what came before. Understanding Flow, Part 1, makes the Ready, Steady, Flow Model, Part 2, click. The model makes the application chapters, Part 3, practical. And the application makes the sustainability chapters, Part 4, meaningful. But this isn't just a book to read. It's a book to practice. Throughout each chapter, you'll find concepts, frameworks, techniques, and exercises. Don't just absorb them intellectually, try them. Apply them to your actual life. Test whether they work for you. Adjust based on your experience. Some techniques will resonate immediately. Others will feel awkward at first. Some will work beautifully in your context. Others will need modification. This is expected. Flow is ultimately a personalized practice. The framework is universal. The implementation is uniquely yours. Keep a journal as you work through this book. Note what resonates, what challenges you, what you're experimenting with, and what results you're seeing. This reflection accelerates learning dramatically. Move at your own pace. If a chapter sparks something, sit with it for a week before moving on. If material feels less immediately relevant, read through it and return later when circumstances make it more applicable. The goal isn't to finish this book quickly. The goal is to finish it with a practical system for accessing your optimal state, a deeper understanding of how your mind and body work, and the confidence that peak performance is within your reach. A note on science and practicality. This book draws on research from performance psychology, neuroscience, cognitive science, sports psychology, and related fields. When I reference specific findings, I've tried to represent the science accurately. However, this isn't an academic text, it's a practical guide. Some claims are well established in research, others are informed extrapolations from established principles. Where evidence is strong, I say so. Where I'm making reasonable inferences, I try to indicate that as well. More importantly, the ultimate test of anything in this book isn't whether it's published in a peer-reviewed journal. It's whether it works for you. Human beings are magnificently individual. What works brilliantly for one person might not work for another. Trust your own experience as your primary guide. The science provides the map. Your practice provides the territory. Where they diverge, trust the territory. One last thing before we begin. You might be skeptical. You might think flow is for other people, people with more talent, more confidence, more ideal circumstances, more time. You might believe that your particular brand of anxiety, distraction, or self-doubt makes flow inaccessible to you. I want you to know, that belief is almost certainly wrong. Flow isn't reserved for the extraordinary. It's a natural state of human cognition that emerges when specific conditions are met. Your job isn't to become someone different. It's to create those conditions more consistently. Throughout the pages that follow, you'll learn exactly what those conditions are, how to create them, and how to sustain them even when life is messy, pressure is high, and everything in you wants to revert to old patterns. It won't happen overnight. But it will happen if you practice. So let's begin. Not with theory. Not with inspiration. With understanding, a clear, honest look at what flow actually is, why it matters, and what's really getting in your way. Turn the page. Enjoying this audiobook? If you're finding value in these insights on transforming pressure into performance, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel for more content that'll help you find your flow. Want the full experience? Grab Effortless Performance, Finding Flow by Transforming Pressure into Performance in the description below, and discover how to turn stress into your competitive advantage. Chapter 1. The Flow State. Think back to a moment when you were completely absorbed in what you were doing. Maybe you were working on a project and hours passed like minutes. Perhaps you were in a conversation so engaging that the rest of the world faded away. Or you were playing a sport, making music, or solving a problem, and everything just clicked. Your actions felt automatic, your mind was quiet, and yet you were performing at your absolute best. That's the flow. For over 50 years, psychologist Mihai Csikszentmihalyi researched this state of optimal experience. He interviewed thousands of people, surgeons, artists, athletes, business leaders, factory workers, and found that across cultures, professions, and contexts, humans describe this peak state in remarkably similar ways. They talk about being in the zone, where self-consciousness disappears, time distorts, and performance becomes effortless. But here's what most people miss. Flow isn't a mystical state reserved for elite performers. It's a natural neurobiological state that your brain is designed to enter. The problem is that modern life has created an environment that actively blocks flow at every turn. Understanding what flow is, and more importantly, how to access it consistently, might be the most valuable skill you can develop in our distracted, high-pressure world. What flow actually is. Flow is characterized by complete absorption in an activity where your skills are perfectly matched to the challenge at hand. It's not relaxation, it requires focused effort. It's not stress, though it often happens under pressure. It's the sweet spot where you're stretched just enough to be fully engaged, but not so much that you become anxious or overwhelmed. Csikszentmihalyi identified several core components of flow. Complete concentration on the task at hand. Your attention isn't scattered across multiple concerns. You're not thinking about your performance, worrying about outcomes, or planning what comes next. You're simply here now doing. A merging of action and awareness. The gap between thinking and doing collapses. You're not deciding to act and then acting. The appropriate response arises naturally from the situation. Athletes describe this as the game slowing down. Musicians talk about their hands knowing what to play before their mind does. Loss of self-consciousness. The inner critic goes quiet. You're not monitoring how you look, whether you're good enough, or what others think. Paradoxically, this is when you often perform at your best, because your brain's resources aren't being drained by self-monitoring. A distorted sense of time. Hours can feel like minutes, or seconds can stretch into what feels like slow motion. Your perception of time shifts because you're no longer constantly checking the clock or thinking about the past and future. Clear goals and immediate feedback. You know what you're trying to do, and you can tell moment by moment whether you're succeeding. This creates a tight feedback loop that keeps you locked into the present. The experience becomes intrinsically rewarding. You're doing it for the sake of doing it, not just for external rewards. The activity itself becomes the reward. Why flow matters more than ever. We live in what might be the most distracted era in human history. The average person checks their phone over 100 times per day. Knowledge workers switch between tasks every few minutes. Our attention is fractured by notifications, emails, social media, and an endless stream of information competing for our mental resources. The cost is staggering. Research shows that it takes an average of 23 minutes to fully return to a task after an interruption. Chronic distraction doesn't just make us less productive, it fundamentally alters our brain's capacity for deep focus. We're training ourselves to be perpetually scattered. At the same time, pressure and stakes have never been higher. Whether you're an entrepreneur competing in a global marketplace, an athlete performing under scrutiny, a surgeon making life or death decisions, or a parent trying to be present with your children while managing career demands, the ability to perform at your best when it matters most isn't optional. It's essential. Flow offers a solution to both problems. It's the antidote to distraction and the pathway to peak performance under pressure. When you can access flow consistently, you're not just more productive, you're more fulfilled, less stressed, and more resilient. The science behind the magic. What's happening in your brain during flow? Modern neuroscience has revealed that flow isn't magical, it's biological. Several distinct changes occur. Your prefrontal cortex temporarily downregulates. This part of your brain handles executive functions like planning, decision-making, and self-monitoring. When it quiets down, you stop overthinking and self-editing. This phenomenon, called transient hypofrontality, explains why your inner critic disappears and why time perception shifts. Your brain releases a cascade of neurochemicals. Norepinephrine and dopamine sharpen focus and pattern recognition. Endorphins block pain signals. Anandamide promotes lateral thinking and reduces fear. Serotonin creates a sense of contentment. This neurochemical cocktail is why flow feels so good, and why people become almost addicted to finding it again. Your brainwaves shift. During normal waking consciousness, your brain operates primarily in beta waves. As you enter flow, it transitions toward the border of alpha and theta waves, the same state experienced during meditation or just before sleep. This is the sweet spot for creativity and high-level performance. Neurocoupling increases. Different regions of your brain communicate more efficiently. You're accessing more of your brain's processing power while using less energy. This is why flow feels effortless even though you're performing at a high level. Understanding this biology matters because it reveals something crucial. Flow isn't about trying harder or forcing yourself into a state through willpower. It's about creating the conditions that allow your brain to naturally enter this optimal state. The hidden costs of flowless living. Most people spend their entire lives never experiencing more than brief glimpses of flow. They operate in a constant state of partial attention, bouncing between stress and distraction, never fully engaged with what they're doing. The consequences run deeper than you might think. Chronic stress becomes the default. When you can't access flow, every challenge feels like a threat rather than an opportunity. Your nervous system stays in a state of low-grade activation, constantly preparing for danger that never fully materializes. This wears down your resilience over time and contributes to everything from anxiety to physical health problems. Potential remains untapped. You have capacities within you that only emerge in flow. Creative insights, athletic abilities, problem-solving skills, interpersonal attunement, these all reach their peak when you're in the zone. Without regular access to flow, you never discover what you're truly capable of. Life feels effortful. Everything becomes a grind. Work that could be engaging becomes drudgery. Relationships that could be deeply connecting feel like obligations. Hobbies that could be rejuvenating feel like just another task on the list. The absence of flow drains the joy and meaning from daily experience. You become fragile. Flow builds resilience. Each time you navigate a challenge in flow, you strengthen your capacity to handle pressure. Without this training ground, setbacks hit harder, failures feel more devastating, and you become increasingly risk-averse. You start playing not to lose rather than playing to win. Common misconceptions about peak performance. Before we go further, let's clear up some myths that might be holding you back. Myth number 1: flow requires perfect conditions. Many people wait for circumstances to align the right project, enough time, the ideal environment. But flow emerges from how you engage with whatever situation you're in, not from the situation itself. Some of the deepest flow experiences happen under constraint and pressure. Myth number 2: flow is about being on all the time. Flow isn't sustainable 24/7, nor should it be. The goal isn't to live in constant intensity but to be able to access flow when it matters and to recover fully when it doesn't. Elite performers understand the rhythm between exertion and recovery. Myth number 3: flow eliminates difficulty. Flow doesn't make hard things easy, it makes you capable of meeting difficulty without resistance. The challenge is still real, you're just not fighting yourself while facing it. Myth number 4: you're either naturally good at flow or you're not. Flow is a skill, not a talent. Like any skill, it can be developed through deliberate practice. Some people may have temperaments or histories that make flow more accessible initially, but anyone can learn to enter and sustain it. Myth number 5: flow is selfish or self-indulgent. Actually, flow might be one of the most generous things you can cultivate. When you're in flow, you're at your best, which means you're more creative, more effective, more present, and more capable of contributing meaningfully to others. The most impactful people aren't those who sacrifice themselves. They're those who've learned to perform at their peak. Over the next chapters, we're going to transform flow from an abstract concept into a practical skill you can deploy consistently. You'll learn why your own biology often sabotages your performance, and how to work with it instead of against it. The 3-step ready, steady, flow model that elite performers use to access flow on demand. How to recognize and eliminate your personal flow blockers. Specific techniques for transforming pressure from a threat into fuel for peak performance. How to bounce back from setbacks and build deep resilience. How to create your own personalized flow ritual that works for your unique wiring and circumstances. This isn't a theory. It's a distillation of 2 decades of performance psychology, cutting-edge neuroscience, and real-world application with athletes, executives, artists, and high performers across domains. More importantly, it's designed to work in the messy reality of actual human life with its pressures, distractions, self-doubts, and constraints. Flow isn't about escaping reality. It's about meeting reality so fully that you and the challenge become one. And when that happens, performance becomes effortless. Chapter 2: Your Brain's Hidden Saboteurs. Here's the frustrating truth. The same brain that's capable of extraordinary flow states is also wired in ways that actively prevent you from reaching them. You don't have a performance problem, you have a biology problem. Evolution designed your brain for survival, not for peak performance in modern contexts. Your ancestors needed to constantly scan for threats, ruminate on social status, and conserve energy whenever possible. These adaptive mechanisms kept humans alive for millions of years. But in today's world, these same mechanisms create anxiety, distraction, and self-sabotage precisely when you need to perform your best. Understanding these hidden saboteurs is the first step toward working with your biology instead of fighting it. Once you see how your brain unintentionally undermines you, you can design strategies that account for these tendencies rather than pretending they don't exist. The overthinking trap. Your prefrontal cortex, the most evolutionarily recent part of your brain, is extraordinary at planning, analyzing, and problem-solving. It's what makes humans capable of complex reasoning and abstract thought. But this same capacity becomes your worst enemy when it comes to flow. Think about learning to drive. Initially, every action required conscious attention. Check the mirror, signal, check blind spot, turn the wheel, adjust speed. Your prefrontal cortex was working overtime, and driving felt exhausting. But after enough practice, these actions became automatic. Your basal ganglia and cerebellum took over, and suddenly you could drive while having a conversation or listening to a podcast. This is proceduralization, the process of moving skills from conscious to unconscious processing. It's essential for flow because flow requires effortless execution. The problem is that your prefrontal cortex doesn't want to relinquish control. It wants to analyze, monitor, and micromanage. The performance paradox emerges. The moment you start thinking about your performance deteriorates. Athletes call this getting in your own head. A basketball player who's been shooting free throws successfully for years suddenly becomes conscious of their technique and starts missing. A musician who knows a piece perfectly stumbles when they start thinking about their finger placement. A public speaker who's confident in their material freezes when they become aware of how they're being perceived. This isn't a weakness or lack of confidence. It's your brain's executive function interfering with processes that work better without conscious oversight. When you overthink, you're essentially forcing your slow, analytical brain to control processes that your fast, automatic brain handles more effectively. The irony is that overthinking often intensifies when stakes are highest. You care more, so you think more. You want to succeed, so you try to control more. And in doing so, you disrupt the very processes that would allow you to perform at your best. Why stress blocks flow? Stress and flow occupy opposite ends of a neurobiological spectrum. Understanding this distinction is crucial because most people confuse pressure with stress, and in doing so, they block their own access to peak performance. Pressure is external. Deadlines, competition, high stakes, observation by others. Pressure can actually facilitate flow when you perceive it as a challenge rather than a threat. Stress is internal. Your physiological and psychological response to pressure. Stress is characterized by perceived demands exceeding perceived resources. When you're stressed, your body initiates a cascade of changes designed for survival, not performance. Here's what happens physiologically when stress takes over. Your sympathetic nervous system activates. Heart rate increases, breathing becomes shallow and rapid, muscles tense. Your body is preparing for fight or flight, not for the nuanced, skilled performance required in most modern contexts. Cortisol floods your system. While acute cortisol can sharpen focus briefly, chronic or excessive cortisol impairs memory formation, reduces cognitive flexibility, and narrows attention to threat-related information. You literally become unable to see the broader picture. Your perceptual field narrows. Under stress, attention constricts to what's immediately threatening. This was adaptive when facing a predator but becomes maladaptive when you need to maintain broad awareness and creative thinking. Fear-based motivation dominates. Your brain shifts from approach motivation, pursuing rewards, to avoidance motivation, preventing losses. You start playing not to fail rather than playing to win. This defensive posture is antithetical to the open, exploratory state that flow requires. The challenge-skill balance, which we'll explore deeply in later chapters, gets disrupted. Stress makes challenges feel larger, and your skills feel smaller. Even when you're objectively capable, stress creates a subjective experience of being overwhelmed. The boredom problem. While stress is one extreme that blocks flow, boredom represents the other. And in some ways, boredom might be even more insidious because it's less obvious. Boredom occurs when your skills significantly exceed the challenge at hand. Your brain is capable of much more than what's being demanded, so it starts looking for additional stimulation. You check your phone, you daydream, you mentally disengage. The task gets done, but you're operating on autopilot without full engagement. The problem with chronic boredom is that it trains your brain to expect constant novelty and stimulation. You become increasingly unable to maintain focus on anything that isn't immediately engaging. Your attention span shrinks, and your tolerance for the focused effort required for flow diminishes. Modern technology has accelerated this problem. Social media, streaming entertainment, and information abundance create an environment of constant microstimulations. Your brain adapts to this rhythm of quick hits, making it harder to sustain the sustained attention that deep work and flow require. Boredom also creates a subtle form of stress. When you're chronically underchallenged, meaning and motivation erode. You might not feel acutely stressed, but you experience a kind of existential malaise, a sense that you're not using your capacities, that you're stuck, that life is passing by without full engagement. The flow state exists in the narrow band between the stress of being overchallenged and the boredom of being underchallenged. Most people spend their lives bouncing between these two states, rarely finding the balance point where flow becomes possible. Performance anxiety and the spotlight effect. One of the most common flow blockers is performance anxiety, the fear of being evaluated, judged, or failing publicly. This is distinct from stress about the task itself. It's specifically about how you'll be perceived. Performance anxiety activates what psychologists call the spotlight effect, the tendency to believe others are paying more attention to you than they actually are. You become hyper-aware of yourself, monitoring your performance from an imagined external perspective. This self-consciousness is the opposite of the self-forgetfulness that characterizes flow. When you're anxious about performance, several things happen. Working memory gets consumed. Instead of dedicating cognitive resources to the task, you're using them to worry about outcomes, monitor your performance, and imagine negative scenarios. This leaves fewer resources available for actual execution. Muscle tension increases. Anxiety creates unnecessary physical tension that interferes with fluid, skillful movement. Athletes perform worse when tight. Musicians lose dexterity. Speakers lose vocal quality. Attentional focus becomes internal rather than external. You're focused on yourself, how you feel, how you look, whether you're succeeding rather than on the task and environment. Flow requires external focus, directing attention to what you're doing rather than who's doing it. The cruel irony is that caring about your performance can undermine your performance. The people most susceptible to performance anxiety are often those most committed to excellence. They care deeply, which makes them vulnerable to the fear of falling short. The attention crisis. Beyond the individual psychological factors that block flow, we face a collective attention crisis that makes flow increasingly difficult to access. The average person is interrupted or self-interrupts every 3 to 5 minutes during work. Each interruption doesn't just steal the time it takes to handle. It creates a switching cost, where your brain must reorient to what you are doing. Research shows it takes an average of 23 minutes to fully return to deep focus after an interruption. If you're being interrupted every few minutes, you never get anywhere near flow. You spend your entire day in a state of partial attention, perpetually ramping up toward focus but never arriving. This has neurological consequences. Your brain is plastic. It adapts to how you use it. If you spend years training your brain to work in a fragmented, distracted way, you're literally rewiring your neural pathways to support shallow rather than deep processing. You become worse at sustaining attention, even when you want to. The notification-driven environment creates what researcher Gloria Mark calls continuous partial attention, a chronic state of alertness where you're constantly monitoring for new information but never fully immersed in anything. You're scanning rather than focusing, skimming rather than diving deep. This isn't just about technology. Modern work culture often valorizes busyness, multitasking, and constant availability. Many organizations unknowingly create environments that make flow impossible, then wonder why engagement and productivity suffer. The energy conservation instinct. Your brain represents about 2% of your body weight, but consumes roughly 20% of your energy. From an evolutionary perspective, this is expensive. Your ancestors survived partly by conserving cognitive energy whenever possible. This manifests as a tendency toward cognitive laziness, your brain's preference for familiar patterns, automatic responses, and minimal effort. When faced with a challenging task, your brain's first instinct is often to find a way to avoid or minimize the cognitive demand. This is why procrastination feels so compelling. The short-term reward of avoiding cognitive effort outweighs the long-term benefit of engaging deeply. Your brain is literally designed to choose the easier path unless you have compelling reasons to do otherwise. This energy conservation instinct also explains why flow can feel difficult to initiate, even though it's rewarding once you're in it. Getting into flow requires an initial investment of focused effort. Your brain resists this investment, preferring to stay in its default mode of low-level engagement. The irony is that flow, once achieved, is actually energy efficient. You accomplish more with less subjective effort. But your brain doesn't know this in advance. It only knows the immediate cost of ramping up attention and engagement. The negativity bias. Your brain is wired to pay more attention to potential threats than to potential opportunities. This negativity bias was adaptive in environments where missing a threat could be fatal, while missing an opportunity was merely disappointing. In modern contexts, this bias manifests as disproportionate focus on what could go wrong. You spend more mental energy imagining failure scenarios than success scenarios. This creates anxiety and activates defensive rather than approach motivation. Rumination on past mistakes. Your brain keeps replaying failures, trying to extract lessons that might prevent future threats. But excessive rumination keeps you stuck in the past rather than present in the moment. Sensitivity to criticism and negative feedback. Negative information has more psychological impact than positive information. One critical comment can outweigh 10 compliments, affecting confidence and willingness to take risks. This negativity bias works directly against flow. Flow requires openness, exploration, and a certain comfort with uncertainty. The negativity bias creates closure, defensiveness, and a need for control. It's difficult to lose yourself in an activity when your brain is constantly scanning for what might go wrong. The comparison trap. Social comparison is another deeply wired tendency that sabotages flow. Your brain is constantly evaluating your relative status and performance compared to others. This made sense in small tribal groups where social standing was crucial for survival and reproduction. Today, social media and global connectivity mean you're no longer comparing yourself to your immediate community. You're comparing yourself to the highlight reels of billions of people worldwide. The comparison scope has exploded while your brain's mechanisms for handling comparison haven't evolved. When you're focused on comparison, you're not in flow. You're monitoring external metrics of success rather than being internally absorbed in the activity itself. You're performing for validation rather than for the intrinsic reward of the activity. Comparison also distorts the challenge-skill balance. You might objectively be appropriately challenged, but if you're comparing yourself to someone more advanced, you feel inadequate. Or you might be genuinely skilled, but if you're focused on those less skilled, you become complacent and disengaged. Working with your biology. This might all sound discouraging. Your brain seems designed to prevent the very state you're trying to achieve. But understanding these saboteurs is empowering, not defeating. You can't eliminate these biological tendencies through willpower or positive thinking. But you can design environments, routines, and mental strategies that account for them. You can create conditions that make flow more likely despite these built-in obstacles. The overthinking trap can be managed by building automaticity through practice and learning to trust your training. The stress response can be reframed and regulated through specific techniques we'll explore. Boredom can be addressed by calibrating challenge appropriately. Performance anxiety can be transformed by shifting your focus from evaluation to execution. The attention crisis can be mitigated by creating protected space for deep work. Energy conservation can be overcome by making the initial investment in focus less daunting. The negativity bias can be balanced with intentional attention to what's working. The comparison trap can be avoided by focusing on personal progress rather than relative status. Your brain isn't your enemy. It's a biological system that's extraordinarily capable but designed for a different world than the one you're living in. The path to flow isn't about transcending your biology. It's about understanding it well enough to work with it skillfully. In the next chapter, we'll explore the mindset shifts that make this possible, how to transform your relationship with pressure, challenge, and performance itself. Chapter 3. The Flow Mindset. Most people live reactively. Something happens, and they respond. Pressure emerges, and they feel stressed. A challenge appears, and they either avoid it or force their way through it with gritted teeth. They're at the mercy of circumstances, bouncing between states without conscious choice about how they engage. The flow mindset is fundamentally different. It's proactive rather than reactive, characterized by a specific way of perceiving and relating to challenges. It doesn't eliminate difficulty, but it transforms your relationship with difficulty in ways that make flow accessible even, especially, under pressure. This isn't about positive thinking or affirmations. It's about cultivating specific perspectives and habits of mind that align with how flow actually works. Some of these perspectives will feel counterintuitive initially because they run against your brain's default patterns. But with practice, they become your new default, the lens through which you automatically perceive performance situations. Pressure as fuel, not threat. The most fundamental shift in the flow mindset is transforming how you perceive pressure. Your brain's default is to interpret pressure as threat, something dangerous that must be avoided or defended against. This triggers the stress response we discussed in the previous chapter, with all its flow-blocking effects. But pressure is actually neutral. It's information about stakes, not about your ability to handle those stakes. The same pressure can be perceived as either threat or challenge depending on your mindset, and this perception dramatically affects your physiology and performance. When you perceive pressure as threat, your body initiates a threat response. Your focus narrows defensively. You become risk-averse. Your goal becomes avoiding failure. Performance deteriorates. When you perceive pressure as challenge, your body initiates a challenge response, increased cardiac output, expanded blood vessels, more efficient oxygen delivery. Your focus expands to encompass opportunities. You become willing to take strategic risks. Your goal becomes achieving success. Performance improves. The difference isn't just psychological, it's physiological. Research by health psychologist Alia Crum and others has shown that simply changing how you think about stress changes your biological response to it. When you view stress as enhancing rather than debilitating, your body literally responds differently. This reframing isn't about denying that pressure exists or pretending everything is easy. It's about recognizing that pressure indicates something matters and mattering is what makes flow possible. Without something at stake, there's no challenge compelling enough to absorb your full attention. Elite performers don't avoid pressure, they seek it out. They've learned that pressure is where flow lives. The bigger the stakes, the greater the potential for complete absorption. The key is approaching that pressure with a challenge mindset rather than a threat mindset. The growth framework. Psychologist Carol Dweck's research on mindsets reveals another crucial distinction: the difference between a fixed mindset, believing abilities are static, and a growth mindset, believing abilities can be developed. This distinction is critical for flow because flow exists in the space where you're stretched beyond your current comfort zone. If you believe your abilities are fixed, being stretched feels threatening. It might reveal that you're not as capable as you thought. You become defensive, risk-averse, and unlikely to engage fully with challenges that might expose limitations. With a growth mindset, being stretched is the whole point. Challenges aren't tests of your worth. They're opportunities to expand your capabilities. Failure isn't a verdict on who you are, it's information about what to adjust. This perspective makes you more willing to engage with the edge of your abilities, exactly where flow emerges. The flow mindset extends the growth framework specifically to performance situations. Talent is the starting point, not the ceiling. Your current abilities are simply where you are now, not where you'll always be. This removes the psychological pressure of needing to be perfect or immediately masterful. Challenge reveals opportunity, not inadequacy. When something feels difficult, that's not evidence you can't do it, it's evidence you're at the edge where learning and flow happen. Effort is the path to mastery. Flow might feel effortless, but accessing it requires effort. Paradoxically, you have to work hard at the front end to experience effortlessness during performance. Feedback is data, not judgment. Whether things are going well or poorly, that's just information you can use to adjust. This detachment from outcome makes it easier to stay present with the process. Present moment awareness. Flow only exists in the present moment. You can't be in flow while ruminating about the past or worrying about the future. Yet your brain's default mode network, active when you're not focused on a specific task, constantly pulls you into past and future thinking. The flow mindset includes a cultivated capacity to anchor attention in the present moment. This isn't mystical, it's practical. The present moment is where action happens, where feedback exists, where adjustment occurs. Past and future are just thoughts, useful for planning and learning, but irrelevant during execution. Consider a surgeon in the operating room. She can't be thinking about the previous surgery that didn't go well or worrying about whether this patient will survive. She must be completely with what's happening right now, this incision, this tissue, this bleeding that needs to be controlled. Present moment awareness isn't optional, it's essential. The same principle applies in any performance domain. An athlete can't be in flow while replaying a mistake from earlier in the game. A musician can't be in flow while anxious about the high note coming up in 2 measures. A presenter can't be in flow while worrying about whether the audience likes them. Developing present moment awareness doesn't mean you never think about the past or future. It means you can choose when to engage those modes of thinking and when to let them go. During preparation, reflection on past performance is valuable. During planning, consideration of future possibilities is essential. But during performance, the past and future must recede so you can be fully here. Practices that strengthen present moment awareness. Meditation or mindfulness training. Even brief daily practice improves your ability to notice when attention has wandered and redirect it. Sensory anchoring. Learning to focus on immediate sensory experience, what you see, hear, feel physically, grounds you in now. Process focus. Attending to the actions you're taking rather than outcomes you're trying to achieve keeps you engaged with what's actually happening. Breath awareness. Your breath is always in the present moment. Connecting with it pulls you back when you've drifted to past or future. Intrinsic motivation and autonomy. Flow researcher Mihai Csikszentmihalyi emphasized that flow experiences are intrinsically rewarding if you do them for their own sake, not for external rewards. This distinction matters more than most people realize. When motivation is primarily extrinsic, driven by money, status, approval, or avoiding punishment, your attention is divided. Part of you is focused on the task, but another part is monitoring whether you're getting the external reward. This split attention blocks full absorption. When motivation is intrinsic, the activity itself is the reward. You're fully engaged because the engagement itself is what you want, not because it leads to something else. This complete investment of attention is what makes flow possible. The challenge is that many important activities involve external motivations. You work for money. You compete for recognition. You perform in contexts where evaluation matters. How do you access intrinsic motivation in these situations? The flow mindset involves what psychologists call internalization, finding the inherent interest and value in activities even when external motivations exist. Ask yourself, what's interesting about this challenge itself, regardless of outcome? How does this activity align with my values or who I want to become? What can I learn from full engagement with this, regardless of results? How can I make this my choice rather than something I have to do? That last question points to autonomy, the sense that you're acting from choice rather than compulsion. Research shows that even small increases in perceived autonomy dramatically improve motivation and performance. You might not be able to choose whether you do something, but you can almost always find choices within it, how you approach it, what methods you use, what goals you set. When you frame performance situations in terms of choice and intrinsic value rather than obligation and external reward, flow becomes more accessible. You're no longer performing to get something, You're performing because the performance itself matters to you. Recognizing flow opportunities. Most people wait for flow to happen to them. They hope circumstances will align in a way that makes flow possible. The flow mindset involves actively recognizing opportunities for flow in daily life and choosing to engage with them. Flow opportunities exist whenever you're challenged at the edge of your current abilities. Clear goals exist or can be created. Immediate feedback is available or can be sought. The activity allows sustained attention without constant interruption. You can find personal meaning or interest in the challenge. These conditions appear far more often than you might think. A difficult conversation can be a flow opportunity if you're fully present with it. A complex work problem can become flow-inducing if you frame it as a puzzle to solve rather than an obstacle to overcome. Even routine tasks can provide flow if you deliberately increase the challenge, trying to do them more efficiently, more elegantly, or with greater attention to detail. The shift is from passive waiting to active recognition. Instead of, "I'll be able to focus when circumstances are better," it becomes, "How can I engage with this situation in a way that creates flow potential?" This doesn't mean every moment should flow. Rest, recovery, and low engagement activities are essential. But it means recognizing that flow is more available than you think, if you know what to look for and how to engage. Embracing uncertainty. Flow requires a certain comfort with uncertainty. When you're in flow, you're operating at the edge of your abilities, responding to a dynamic situation without complete control over outcomes. There's inherent unpredictability in this space. Your brain dislikes uncertainty. It prefers predictability and control because these feel safer. But flow lives in the space between complete control, boring, and complete chaos, overwhelming. It's the edge where you're responding to genuine challenges without knowing exactly how things will unfold. The flow mindset involves reframing uncertainty from dangerous to generative. Uncertainty means the outcome isn't predetermined, your actions matter. There's room for creativity and adaptation. You're in a live, dynamic situation requiring full engagement. The experience will be unique rather than routine. Athletes talk about loving the game on the line, moments, high pressure, uncertain situations that require peak performance. They've learned to associate uncertainty with aliveness rather than threat. You can develop this same association. This doesn't mean seeking chaos or being reckless. It means being willing to engage fully with situations where outcomes aren't guaranteed, where you'll need to adapt in real time, where your skills will be genuinely tested. These are precisely the situations where flow becomes possible, and where you discover capabilities you didn't know you had. Self-compassion during performance. One of the most powerful yet overlooked elements of the flow mindset is self-compassion, treating yourself with the same kindness you'd extend to a good friend, especially during difficulty or failure. This might seem contradictory. Doesn't peak performance require being hard on yourself, demanding excellence, refusing to accept mediocrity? Actually, research by Kristen Neff and others shows the opposite. Self-compassion is associated with higher motivation, greater resilience, and better performance over time. Here's why. Harsh self-criticism activates threat responses. When you berate yourself for mistakes, your brain interprets this as danger. The stress response kicks in, cognitive resources get depleted, and you're less able to perform well or learn from the experience. You become defensive, rigid, and risk-averse. Self-compassion, by contrast, creates psychological safety. When you know you won't destroy yourself over mistakes, you're more willing to take risks, more able to stay present with challenges, more likely to engage fully rather than holding back defensively. Self-compassion doesn't mean lowering standards or making excuses. It means acknowledging difficulty is part of learning and growth, treating setbacks as information rather than indictments, maintaining perspective. One performance doesn't define your worth. Recognizing that everyone struggles, you're not uniquely flawed. During performance, self-compassion manifests as accepting where you are without harsh judgment, letting go of mistakes quickly rather than ruminating, trusting yourself even when things aren't going perfectly, maintaining curiosity about what's happening rather than criticism about what isn't. This creates the psychological conditions for flow. You're not performing to prove yourself or to avoid self-condemnation. You're performing because you're engaged with the challenge itself, interested in seeing what you can do, willing to discover what emerges. Building your flow recognition system. The final element of the flow mindset is developing awareness of your own flow patterns when flow tends to happen for you, what it feels like, what triggers it, what blocks it. This meta-awareness allows you to deliberately create conditions for flow rather than stumbling into it accidentally. Start paying attention to when you naturally experience flow. What activities absorb you completely? What situations make time disappear? These give you clues about the conditions that work for you. What your flow feels like. How do you know when you're in flow versus performing effortfully? What are your personal markers, physical sensations, quality of thought, emotional state? Your unique flow triggers. What helps you drop into complete focus? Music? Ritual? Physical movement? Time pressure? Competition? Solitude? Each person's triggers are slightly different. Your common flow blockers. What consistently pulls you out of engagement? Certain types of interruption? Self-consciousness? Perfectionism? Fatigue? Identifying your patterns allows you to address them proactively. Your optimal challenge level. Where's your sweet spot between boredom and anxiety? This changes with skill development, so it requires ongoing calibration. Keep a simple flow journal. After performances, good or bad, spend 2 minutes noting what helped or hindered flow. Over time, patterns emerge that reveal your personal flow equation. This awareness transforms flow from something mysterious that occasionally happens to something you can increasingly influence. You become the architect of your own optimal states rather than their victim or passive recipient. The mindset as foundation. The flow mindset isn't something you achieve once and maintain forever. It's a practice, a way of orienting to challenges and performance situations that you cultivate over time. Some days it comes easily, other days your brain's default patterns dominate. But even imperfect practice of these perspectives changes your experience. Each time you reframe pressure as challenge, return to the present moment, or treat yourself with compassion during difficulty, you're strengthening neural pathways that make these responses more automatic. The mindset alone won't put you in flow. You also need specific techniques and strategies, which we'll explore in the next section. But without this mindset foundation, techniques are just gimmicks. With this foundation, techniques become powerful tools that leverage your brain's natural capacity for optimal performance. The mindset is both preparation and practice. It prepares you to engage with challenges in flow-conducive ways, and it is itself a practice that deepens with consistent application. As you move into the ready, steady, flow model in the next section, bring these perspectives with you. They're what transform a mechanical process into a genuine pathway to peak performance. Chapter 4. Ready preparation. Elite performers know something that most people overlook. What happens before you perform is often more important than what happens during performance. Flow doesn't begin when you step onto the field, walk into the meeting, or start the presentation. It begins with how you prepare, mentally, physically, and environmentally before the performance even starts. The ready phase is about creating the conditions that make flow possible. It's the foundation upon which everything else rests. Without proper preparation, you're leaving flow to chance. With deliberate preparation, you dramatically increase the probability that you'll be able to access your optimal state when it matters. This isn't about elaborate rituals that take hours. Some of the most powerful preparation happens in minutes, or even seconds. It's about hitting specific psychological and physiological targets that prime your nervous system for peak performance. The neuroscience of readiness. Your nervous system has two primary modes: sympathetic, activation, arousal, energy mobilization, and parasympathetic, calm, recovery, rest and digest. Flow exists in a specific balance between these two states, not completely relaxed, but not hyperactivated either. When you're inadequately prepared, one of two things typically happens. Under arousal, you're too relaxed, not sufficiently energized, lacking the physiological activation needed for peak performance. Your attention is diffuse, your response time is slow, your intensity is insufficient. This often happens when there's inadequate pressure or you haven't properly warmed up. Overarousal. You're too activated, too amped up, operating at a level of intensity that exceeds what the task requires. Your muscles are tense, your breathing is shallow, your thoughts are racing. This typically happens in high-pressure situations when the challenge feels threatening. The ready phase aims for optimal arousal, enough activation to be sharp and energized, but not so much that you're tight and anxious. This optimal level varies by task. A powerlifter needs higher arousal than a surgeon. A salesperson giving a keynote needs different energy than when consulting one-on-one with a client. Preparation helps you hit your personal optimal arousal level for the specific task ahead. It's about calibration, not just general. Getting ready. Identifying your flow blockers. Before you can create flow, you need to identify what prevents it. Flow blockers fall into several categories. Environmental blockers. Interruptions and distractions. Poor lighting, temperature, or acoustics. Uncomfortable physical setup. Lack of privacy or excessive observation. Technology failures or unreliable tools. Physical blockers. Inadequate sleep or recovery. Poor nutrition or hydration. Physical discomfort or pain. Wrong energy level, too amped up or too sluggish. Physical tension or restricted breathing. Mental blockers. Unclear goals or fuzzy success criteria. Divided attention across multiple concerns. Rumination about past or worry about future. Perfectionism or fear of failure. Comparison to others or performance anxiety. Emotional blockers. High anxiety or nervousness. Frustration or anger. Apathy or lack of motivation. Self-doubt or imposter syndrome. Overwhelming pressure. The key insight is that different blockers require different interventions. You can't address a physical blocker with a mental technique, and you can't fix an environmental problem through mindset alone. Effective preparation requires accurately diagnosing what's actually in your way. Start building your personal blocker inventory. After performances where you struggled to find flow, identify what got in your way. Over time, patterns emerge. Maybe you consistently struggle when you haven't had adequate sleep. Maybe certain types of interruptions derail you more than others. Maybe particular situations trigger specific anxieties. This awareness allows you to prepare proactively. Instead of hoping blockers won't appear, you can actively address the ones you know tend to show up for you. Creating your environment for flow. The physical and social environment powerfully affects your ability to access flow. While you can't always control your environment completely, you usually have more influence than you think. Minimize potential interruptions. The single biggest environmental flow killer is interruption. Even brief interruptions fragment attention and prevent the sustained focus flow required. Practical strategies. Turn off notifications on all devices. Use Do Not Disturb mode or close communication channels. Put a sign on your door or use headphones to signal unavailability. Communicate boundaries in advance. I'll be unreachable for the next 2 hours. Batch interruptions for before or after flow blocks rather than during. Optimize your physical space. Your environment sends signals to your brain about what mode to be in. Create an environment that signals focused performance rather than casual distraction. Considerations. Remove visual clutter that competes for attention. Ensure adequate lighting. Dim lighting makes you sluggish. Harsh lighting creates tension. Control temperature. Slightly cool is better than too warm for most cognitive tasks. Arrange your space ergonomically to avoid physical discomfort. Have necessary tools immediately at hand to avoid breaking focus to search for them. Leverage social context thoughtfully. For some people and some tasks, complete solitude enables flow. For others, the presence of other focused people creates positive pressure that enhances engagement. Know your preferences. If observation makes you self-conscious, seek privacy. If accountability helps you focus, work near others or schedule check-ins. If collaboration energizes you, engage teammates. If it drains you, work independently first. If competition motivates you, create friendly competition. If it creates anxiety, avoid it. Ritualize your flow space. Elite athletes often have specific spaces where they prepare. Surgeons have pre-op routines. Writers have particular cafes or desks. The consistency creates neural associations. Your brain learns that this space means deep focus. You don't need a dedicated flow sanctuary, but you can create portable elements that signal flow time. Specific music, a particular beverage, lighting a candle, putting on specific clothing. These become cues that tell your brain, we're entering performance mode now. Physical readiness. Just as athletes warm up physically before competition, you can warm up your nervous system before any performance situation. This isn't optional, it's essential for accessing optimal states. Physical warm-up serves multiple purposes. It gradually increases arousal rather than jumping from zero to performance level, which prevents the jarring transition that can trigger anxiety. It increases blood flow and oxygen delivery to muscles and brain. It activates motor patterns you'll use during performance. It creates a buffer between your daily activities and performance mode, allowing you to leave. For physical performance, start with gentle movement, gradually increasing intensity. Include mobility work for areas that will be stressed. Rehearse specific movement patterns you'll use. Build to near performance intensity, but don't exhaust yourself. For cognitive or creative performance, engage in a simpler version of the task you're about to do. If writing, start with journaling. If analyzing data, start with a simple calculation. Do brief physical movement to increase arousal, jumping jacks, brisk walk, dynamic stretching. Engage in a focusing exercise like breath work or a brief mental rehearsal. Review your goals and process for the upcoming performance. The activation curve matters. You want to arrive at optimal arousal just as you begin performance, not 30 minutes before, when you'll have cooled down, or 10 minutes in, when you've wasted precious flow time ramping up. Time your warm-up so that you hit peak readiness as performance begins. For most people and most tasks, this means 5 to 15 minutes of deliberate preparation immediately before starting. High-stakes or physically demanding performances may require longer warm-ups. Mental readiness. Your mind needs clear targets to lock onto. Vague intentions like, do well, or be focused, don't give your attention system enough specificity. Mental preparation involves creating clarity about what success looks like for this specific performance, not general success, but success right now. What are you specifically trying to accomplish? What would constitute a good outcome? Get granular. Give a good presentation. Is too vague. Communicate 3 key points clearly, engage the audience with questions, and handle objections confidently. Is specific enough to guide attention. Your process goals, not just outcome goals. Outcome goals focus on results. Win the game, close the sale, get the promotion. Process goals focus on actions you can control, stay aggressive, ask discovery questions, demonstrate value clearly. Flow emerges from the executing process, not from worrying about outcomes. Elite performers emphasize process goals during competition and outcome goals during preparation. The paradox is that focusing on processes actually produces better outcomes than focusing on outcomes directly. What you're paying attention to, where is your attention directed? External, on the task, environment, or others, or internal, on your thoughts, feelings, or performance monitoring? Flow requires primarily external focus during performance. In your preparation, explicitly set your attentional focus. I'm focused on the ball, not on whether I'm playing well. I'm focused on the client's needs, not on whether they like me. I'm focused on the problem itself, not on my anxiety about solving it. Your cue words or phrases. Many performers use brief cue words that encapsulate their mental approach. Smooth. Trust it. Be here. Attack. These function as mental anchors you can return to when you notice attention wandering. Choose 1 to 3 cue words that resonate for you and the specific performance. They should evoke the state or action you want, not describe what you're trying to avoid. Calm works. Don't panic doesn't. Setting clear goals and challenges. Flow researcher Mihai Csikszentmihalyi identified clear goals as one of the core conditions for flow. Goals provide direction for attention. They create the structure within which flow can emerge. But not all goals support flow equally. Goals that enhance flow have specific characteristics. They're immediate and concrete. Win the championship is a long-term goal, not a flow-enabling goal. Execute this play successfully is immediate and concrete. Break large goals into smaller chunks that you can focus on right now. They're appropriately challenging. Goals that are too easy lead to boredom and disengagement. Goals that are too difficult trigger anxiety and overwhelm. The flow-inducing goal stretches you just beyond your comfort zone, difficult but achievable with full engagement. They provide clear feedback. You can tell moment by moment whether you're succeeding. Ambiguous goals where success is unclear prevent the tight feedback loop that sustains flow. They're intrinsically meaningful. You care about achieving them for their own sake, not just for external rewards. Personal investment matters for sustaining attention. In your preparation, ask yourself, what's the specific challenge I'm taking on right now? Is it appropriately difficult, not too easy, not impossibly hard? How will I know if I'm succeeding as I go? Why does this matter to me personally? This clarity focuses your nervous system. Your brain now knows what it's looking for, what success looks like, and why it's worth full investment of attention. Pre-performance routines from elite athletes. Some of the most researched and refined preparation routines come from elite athletics, but the principles apply across domains. These routines serve psychological functions that transcend sports. Routines create consistency in variable conditions. External circumstances change, but your routine can remain constant. This consistency provides psychological stability and predictability when everything else is uncertain. Routines trigger associative memories. Through repetition, your routine becomes associated with peak performance states. Executing the routine activates neural patterns associated with flow, essentially priming your brain for optimal performance. Routines create a transition from everyday consciousness to performance consciousness. They mark the boundary between normal life and peak performance mode, allowing you to leave daily concerns behind and fully enter the performance mindset. Routines occupy your conscious mind productively. Rather than ruminating on anxiety or outcomes, your attention is directed to executing the routine. This prevents overthinking while building optimal arousal. Examples from elite performers. Tennis players often have specific routines between points. Bounce the ball a set number of times, look at the strings, take a breath, visualize the serve. This controls arousal and recenters focus. Basketball free throw shooters execute identical routines before every shot, same number of dribbles, same body positioning, same visual focus, same breathing pattern. This creates automaticity and reduces performance anxiety. Surgeons often have preparation rituals before operations, reviewing the procedure, visualizing key steps, centering themselves mentally, sometimes using specific music or breathing exercises. Public speakers might have routines before presentations, reviewing key points, doing vocal warm-ups, power posing, connecting with their purpose for speaking. The specific content matters less than the consistency and personalization. Your routine should be repeatable across different circumstances. Take 2 to 10 minutes, long enough to be meaningful, short enough to be sustainable. Include physical, mental, and emotional elements. End with a clear signal that performance is beginning. Designing your personal ready ritual. You're now ready to create your own pre-performance preparation routine. This isn't about copying someone else's routine, it's about designing something that works for your unique wiring, preferences, and performance contexts. Step 1. Identify your critical blocker categories. Review your blocker inventory. What most commonly prevents flow for you? Environmental distractions? Physical tension? Mental overthinking? Emotional anxiety? Your ritual should address your specific obstacles. Step 2. Choose techniques for each blocker. Select specific interventions. For environmental blockers, space setup, interruption management. For physical blockers, movement, breathing, hydration, energy optimization. For mental blockers, goal clarification, attention focusing cue words. For emotional blockers, anxiety regulation, which we'll explore deeply in the next chapter. Step 3. Sequence your ritual logically. Typically, this flows: environmental setup, physical warm-up, mental clarification, emotional regulation, performance initiation. But adjust the sequence for what works for you. Some people need to regulate emotions before they can clarify goals. Others need physical movement first to settle mental chatter. Step 4. Make it repeatable and portable. Your rituals should work whether you're at home or traveling, whether you have an hour or 5 minutes, whether conditions are ideal or challenging. Build in flexibility while maintaining core elements. Step 5. Practice it regularly. Your ritual becomes powerful through repetition. Use it before every significant performance, not just the high-stakes ones. This builds the neural associations that make it effective. The 5-minute emergency ready protocol. Sometimes you don't have time for an extended preparation routine. You need to be ready now. Here's a condensed protocol that hits the essential elements. Minute 1. Environmental scan and setup. Eliminate immediate distractions, silence phone, close unnecessary tabs. Ensure physical essentials are handled, water, temperature, necessary tools. Minute 2. Physical reset. 10 deep breaths to oxygenate and center. Brief physical movement to optimize arousal, gentle if over-aroused, vigorous if under-aroused. Release obvious physical tension, roll shoulders, stretch jaw, shake out hands. Minute 3. Mental clarity. State your specific goal for this performance. Identify your process focus, what you're paying attention to. Set your cue word. Minutes 4 to 5. Connection and commitment. Connect with why this matters. Visualize successful execution, brief, 30 seconds max. Make a commitment to full engagement. Final centering breath and initiate performance. This abbreviated protocol won't replace a full ritual for high-stakes performances, but it's remarkably effective for getting into a flow-ready state quickly. Common preparation mistakes. As you build your ready practice, avoid these common pitfalls. Over-preparing. Preparation should enhance performance, not replace it. Some people spend so much time preparing that they're exhausted before they start. Preparation should leave you energized and focused, not depleted. Preparing generically instead of specifically. Every performance is slightly different. Adjust your preparation to the specific demands of what's ahead, not just a one-size-fits-all routine. Skipping preparation for small performances. The routine itself has value beyond any individual performance. It's practice for when stakes are highest. Use it consistently, not just for big moments. Focusing on outcomes during preparation. Preparation time is for process, not results. Visualize executing well, not winning. Clarify your actions, not your hopes for outcomes. Using preparation as avoidance, sometimes extended, preparation, is actually procrastination disguised as professionalism. Know the difference. At some point, you're as ready as you're going to be. The next step is performance, not more preparation. Readiness as a practice. The ready phase is where flow begins. It's where you transform from everyday mode to performance mode, where you eliminate blockers and activate enablers, where you set the conditions that make optimal states accessible. Readiness isn't a switch you flip, it's a practice you develop. The more you practice deliberate preparation, the more efficient and effective it becomes. What initially takes conscious effort and attention gradually becomes automatic. Your nervous system learns the pathway to optimal arousal, and you can access it more quickly and reliably. As you move to the steady phase in the next chapter, remember that regulation builds on preparation. You can't regulate what you haven't adequately prepared. The ready phase creates the foundation, steady refines and directs your state toward flow. Chapter 5. Steady regulation. You've prepared well. Your environment is set, your goals are clear, your body is warmed up, your mind is focused. But as you begin to perform, something happens. Your heart rate spikes. Your thoughts start racing. Self-doubt creeps in. The pressure of the moment hits you, and suddenly all that preparation feels insufficient. This is where most people falter. They know how to prepare, but they don't know how to regulate their state once performance begins. They can't manage the nerves, can't direct their thoughts productively, can't find the balance between being energized and being overwhelmed. The steady phase is about real-time regulation, directing your thoughts, emotions, and physiological state toward flow rather than letting them spiral into stress or scatter into distraction. It's the bridge between being ready and being in flow. Regulation isn't suppression. You're not trying to eliminate nerves or force yourself to feel a certain way. You're working with your nervous system, making subtle adjustments that shift you toward your optimal performance state. It's more like steering than controlling, more like tuning an instrument than forcing it to play. Understanding performance nerves. First, let's reframe what nerves actually are. Most people think nervousness is a problem to be eliminated. But nerves are simply your body's activation response, energy mobilization for performance. The physiological state of nervousness and the physiological state of excitement are nearly identical: increased heart rate, heightened alertness, energy coursing through your body. The difference is primarily cognitive, how you interpret these sensations. When you interpret activation as a threat, I'm anxious, something bad might happen, your body amplifies the stress response. When you interpret activation as readiness, I'm energized, I'm prepared for this challenge, your body shifts toward a challenge response that enhances performance. Research by Harvard psychologist Alison Wood Brooks has shown that simply reframing anxiety as excitement, saying, I'm excited, instead of, I'm nervous, improves performance. This isn't just positive thinking, it's leveraging the fact that your cognitive interpretation shapes your physiological response. Nerves become problematic when they cross certain thresholds. Under activation, you're not sufficiently energized. Your focus is soft, your intensity is low, your response time is slow. This often happens when pressure is low or you're overly comfortable. Optimal activation, you're energized but controlled. Alert but not anxious. Ready but not tight. This is the zone where peak performance happens. Overactivation, you're too amped up. Heart rate is excessive, muscles are tense, breathing is restricted, thoughts are racing. You're operating above your optimal arousal level, and performance deteriorates. The goal of regulation isn't to eliminate activation, it's to modulate it toward your optimal zone. Sometimes this means increasing activation, when under-aroused, but more commonly it means bringing excessive activation down to productive levels. The power of breath. Your breath is the most powerful and immediately accessible regulation tool you have. It's unique because it's both automatic and voluntary. You breathe without thinking about it, but you can also consciously control it. This makes it a bridge between your conscious mind and your autonomic nervous system. Here's what most people don't realize. You cannot simultaneously maintain a rapid, shallow breathing pattern and experience calm focus. Your breathing pattern directly signals your nervous system about whether you're safe or threatened. Rapid, shallow breathing tells your brain, danger, stay activated. Slow, deep breathing tells your brain, safe, we can downregulate. Diaphragmatic breathing for regulation. Place one hand on your chest and one on your belly. When you breathe, the hand on your belly should move more than the hand on your chest. This ensures you're breathing with your diaphragm rather than your chest muscles. Breathe in through your nose for a count of 4, feeling your belly expand. Hold briefly at the top. Exhale through your mouth for a count of 6 to 8, feeling your belly contract. The extended exhale is crucial. It activates your parasympathetic nervous system, promoting calm. Do this for 2 to 3 minutes when you notice excessive activation. Your heart rate will decrease, your muscles will release tension, your thoughts will slow down. You're not eliminating activation, you're bringing it down to optimal levels. Box breathing for focus. Breathe in for 4 counts, hold for 4 counts, exhale for 4 counts, hold for 4 counts. Repeat. This creates a rhythm that entrains your attention, preventing scattered thinking while maintaining alertness. Navy SEALs use this technique in high-stress situations because it maintains focus under pressure. Physiological sigh for rapid regulation. 2 inhales through the nose, a deep inhale followed immediately by a shorter second inhale to fully expand the lungs, then a long exhale through the mouth. This pattern rapidly shifts your nervous system toward calm. Research by Stanford's Andrew Huberman has shown this is the fastest way to reduce physiological stress. Use this when you notice acute stress spiking before a crucial moment, after a setback, or when you feel overwhelmed. Breathing during performance. Many people unconsciously hold their breath or breathe shallowly during intense focus. This restricts oxygen delivery and increases tension. Remind yourself to breathe fully and regularly during performance, not just during preparation. Some performers use rhythmic breathing synchronized with their actions. Weightlifters breathe at specific points in a lift. Musicians breathe between phrases. Athletes breathe in rhythm with their movements. Find the breathing pattern that supports your specific performance. Directing thoughts toward flow. Your thoughts powerfully influence your state. Anxious thoughts create anxious feelings, create anxious physiology. Focused thoughts create focused feelings, create focused physiology. You can't completely control what thoughts arise, but you can influence which thoughts you engage with and amplify. Recognize unhelpful thought patterns. Outcome obsession, constantly thinking about results, winning, failing, what happens if. This pulls attention away from present moment execution and creates anxiety. Performance monitoring, continuously evaluating how you're doing instead of just doing. Am I doing well? Do I look nervous? What do they think? This self-consciousness blocks flow. Catastrophizing, imagining worst-case scenarios. If I mess this up, everything falls apart. This activates threat responses and creates excessive pressure. Comparison, focusing on others' performance or abilities relative to yours. This fragments attention and triggers insecurity. Rumination, replaying past mistakes or getting stuck in analysis paralysis. This prevents presence and forward momentum. Redirect to process-focused thoughts. Instead of outcome thoughts. I need to win this. Think process thoughts. I'm going to execute my technique. Instead of evaluation thoughts. Am I doing well? Think action thoughts. What's the next right move? Instead of catastrophizing. What if I fail? Think challenge thoughts. This is difficult, and I'm capable of handling it. Instead of comparison. They're better than me. Think growth thoughts. I'm focusing on my own development. Instead of rumination. I can't believe I missed that. Think forward thoughts. That's done. What do I do now? Use cue words for redirection. When you notice unhelpful thinking, use your cue word, remember from ready phase, to redirect attention. The cue word functions as a mental reset button, pulling you back to your chosen focus. You're not suppressing thoughts. Suppression doesn't work and actually amplifies what you're trying to avoid. You're acknowledging the thought briefly, then redirecting attention to something more useful. There's that outcome thought. My focus is process. Back to the task. Engage task-relevant thinking. The best way to prevent unhelpful thinking is to fully engage your attention with task-relevant cognition. When your mind is genuinely absorbed in the problem you're solving, the movement you're executing, or the person you're interacting with, there's no mental bandwidth left for worry, self-consciousness, or rumination. This is why clear, specific goals matter. They give your mind something concrete to work on. Instead of mental wandering, your attention is directed toward figuring out the next move, adjusting your approach, responding to feedback. Managing emotional intensity. Emotions aren't problems to be eliminated, they're information and energy. But when emotional intensity becomes excessive, it can overwhelm your capacity for skillful performance. Name it to tame it. Neuroscience research by Matthew Lieberman and others has shown that simply labeling your emotional state reduces its intensity. When you name what you're feeling, I'm noticing anxiety, I'm feeling frustrated, I'm experiencing excitement. Activity in the amygdala, emotion center, decreases while activity in the prefrontal cortex, regulation center, increases. This isn't about analyzing your emotions in depth. It's a brief acknowledgement. Notice the emotion, name it accurately, then return attention to the task. This creates just enough distance to prevent being overwhelmed by the feeling. Accept rather than resist. Paradoxically, accepting emotional discomfort often reduces it more effectively than trying to eliminate it. When you resist, "I shouldn't be nervous, I need to stop feeling anxious," you're adding a layer of distress about being distressed. You're fighting yourself, which intensifies the problem. Acceptance doesn't mean liking the feeling or wanting it to continue. It means acknowledging reality. I'm nervous right now, and that's okay. I can perform while nervous. This removes the secondary struggle, often reducing emotional intensity naturally. And it frees up mental resources for actual performance instead of exhausting yourself fighting your own feelings. Channel emotional energy. Strong emotions provide energy. Fear, anger, excitement, they all involve physiological activation that can fuel performance if channeled appropriately. Instead of trying to calm yourself completely, ask, "How can I use this energy productively?" Anxiety can become heightened alertness. Frustration can become a determined effort. Excitement can become enthusiastic engagement. Athletes often use pre-competition nervousness as fuel, interpreting the activation as their body getting ready to perform at its best. They're not eliminating the feeling, they're reframing and channeling it. The challenge skill balance. Flow exists in a narrow band where perceived challenge and perceived skill are roughly matched. If challenge far exceeds skill, you experience anxiety. If skill far exceeds challenge, you experience boredom. Neither state supports flow. The steady phase involves continuously calibrating this balance in real time. When feeling overwhelmed, challenge skill. Break the challenge into smaller chunks that feel manageable. Focus on process instead of outcome. Outcomes feel overwhelming. Process feels actionable. Remind yourself of past successes in similar situations. This recalibrates perceived skill. Adjust your goal to something appropriately challenging but achievable. Use breathing to bring arousal down to optimal levels. When feeling bored, skill challenge. Increase the challenge by adding constraints or raising standards. Find novel aspects of the task to engage with. Shift focus to mastery and refinement rather than just completion. Introduce time pressure or gamification. Look for learning opportunities within the task. The dynamic nature of balance. This isn't a one-time calibration. During extended performance, the balance shifts. A task starts appropriately challenging, then becomes easier as you settle in, risk of boredom. Or unexpected difficulty appears, suddenly making it feel overwhelming, risk of anxiety. Stay attuned to your subjective experience. When you notice anxiety rising, recognize you're perceiving the challenge as too large, and take steps to bring it back into balance. When you notice engagement dropping, recognize you're under-challenged, and find ways to increase difficulty. This real-time adjustment is a skill that develops with practice. Initially, you might only notice you're out of balance after the fact. With experience, you notice it happening in the moment, and can make micro-adjustments that keep you in the flow zone. Staying present under pressure. Pressure naturally pulls your attention away from the present moment. Under pressure, your brain wants to think about outcomes, imagine future scenarios, replay past mistakes. But flow only exists right now, in this moment, with this action. Anchoring techniques for presence. Sensory focus. Direct attention to immediate sensory experience. What do you see right now? What do you physically feel? What do you hear? Sensory experience is always in the present moment. When you anchor in sensation, you anchor in now. Action focus. Focus on the specific action you're taking right now, not the sequence of actions ahead. Not, "I need to do A, then B, then C, then." Just, "I'm doing A." Complete it, then move to B. This prevents your mind from racing ahead while your body is still here. Narrow your time horizon. Instead of thinking about the next hour, focus on the next 5 minutes. Instead of the next 5 minutes, focus on the next 30 seconds. The narrower your time horizon, the more present you become. One-point focus. In moments of high pressure or distraction, pick one specific point to focus on. Athletes might focus on the ball, the target, or a specific physical sensation. Knowledge workers might focus on the specific sentence they're writing or problem they're solving. The singularity of focus prevents scattered attention. The next play mentality. Championship-level athletes and coaches emphasize, next play, thinking. Whatever just happened, good or bad, is over. Your full attention goes to what's happening right now. Mistake? Acknowledge it briefly, extract any immediate lesson, then release it. Success? Appreciate it momentarily, then move on. The next play is all that matters. This prevents the common pattern of spiraling after setbacks or becoming complacent after success. You're not ignoring what happened, you're refusing to let it pull you out of the present moment where actual performance occurs. Centering techniques. Centering is a specific practice used by performers across domains to establish optimal state. It combines physical, mental, and emotional regulation into a brief, integrated process. The basic centering sequence. Find your center of gravity. Physically locate your body's center, typically just below your navel. Feel your weight distributed evenly, grounded and stable. Breathe into your center. Inhale deeply, directing breath down into your belly and center. Exhale fully, releasing tension. Release unnecessary tension. Scan your body briefly. Notice where you're holding tension that isn't needed. Soften those areas while maintaining the muscle tone required for the task. Set your intention. Briefly clarify what you're doing right now and how you want to approach it. Not the outcome, but the quality of your engagement. Commit and initiate. Make a clear decision to fully engage. Then begin. This takes 30 to 60 seconds. You can do it before beginning performance, or recenter during performance when you notice yourself becoming scattered or off balance. Micro-centering during performance. You can also do abbreviated centering throughout performance. One deep breath, quick release of tension, refocus attention. This takes 3 to 5 seconds but can prevent accumulating tension and scattered attention. Elite performers build regular micro-centering into their performance. Tennis players between points, surgeons between surgical steps, speakers between sections of a presentation. These brief resets maintain optimal state instead of letting it gradually drift. Managing the energy curve. Performance isn't static, your energy and focus naturally fluctuate over time. Understanding and managing this curve keeps you in flow longer. The typical performance energy curve. Initiation, first 5 to 15 minutes you're ramping up, not yet at peak engagement. This is normal. Don't expect immediate flow, allow time to settle in. Peak engagement, middle period. If you've prepared and regulated well, this is where flow emerges. Time distorts, effort feels effortless, performance peaks. Fatigue phase, final period or extended performance. Physical and mental resources deplete. Flow becomes harder to sustain. Performance may deteriorate if you don't manage it. Strategies for extending peak engagement. Start strong but not maximal. Many performers burn out by starting at 100% intensity. Build toward peak intensity rather than starting there. This allows longer sustained performance. Take strategic micro breaks. Brief pauses, 30 to 60 seconds every 15 to 20 minutes, allow partial recovery without losing flow. Look away from your work, take a few breaths, then return. This prevents accumulating fatigue. Vary intensity within performance. If possible, alternate between high intensity and moderate intensity periods. Sprinters can't sprint the whole race. Find the rhythm that's sustainable. Know your personal limits. Flow is powerful, but it's not infinite. Know how long you can typically maintain peak engagement for your specific task. Design your work accordingly, maybe 90-minute blocks with real recovery between them rather than trying to maintain flow for 8 hours straight. Recovering from in-performance disruptions. Even with perfect preparation and regulation, disruptions happen. Someone interrupts you. You make a mistake. An unexpected challenge appears. Technology fails. The ability to recover quickly and return to flow determines whether these disruptions derail you or become minor blips. The Disruption Recovery Protocol. Pause briefly, don't immediately react. Take 3 to 5 seconds to interrupt the reactive impulse. Breathe, one deep breath to physiologically reset and create mental space. Assess what actually happened. Not your interpretation or emotional reaction, the factual situation. Decide, what's the appropriate response? What do you need to do right now? Release. Let go of frustration, blame, or rumination about the disruption itself. Recenter. Quick centering sequence, 10 to 15 seconds, to re-establish optimal state. Re-engage. Return full attention to the task. This takes 30 to 60 seconds total. It feels counterintuitive to pause when you're already disrupted, but the pause prevents you from cascading further into stress or scattered attention. The brief pause leads to faster recovery than trying to power through while dysregulated. That's interesting technique. When something unexpected happens, instead of judging it as bad or frustrating, respond with curiosity. That's interesting. How do I work with this? This simple reframe shifts you from defensive reactivity to engaged problem solving. Instead of, this ruins everything, it becomes, this is a puzzle to solve. The former triggers stress. The latter engages your cognitive resources productively. Building regulation skill over time. Regulation is a skill, not a trait. Some people have more natural self-regulation capacity, but everyone can improve through deliberate practice. Practice regulation in low-stakes situations. Don't wait for high-pressure performances to practice regulation techniques. Use them in daily life, in conversations, during routine work, in workouts. Build the skill when consequences are low so it's automatic when stakes are high. Notice your patterns. Track when you tend to dysregulate. Is it early in performance, inadequate warm-up? Late in performance, fatigue? After mistakes, poor recovery? When being observed, performance anxiety. Knowing your patterns allows targeted practice. Gradual exposure to pressure. Systematically expose yourself to increasing levels of pressure. This builds regulation capacity the same way progressive overload builds muscle. You can't expect to regulate well under extreme pressure if you've never practiced under moderate pressure. Reflect post-performance. After performances, note what regulation techniques worked and what didn't. What helped you stay steady? When did you lose optimal state? What could you do differently next time? This reflection accelerates learning. Steady as continuous practice. The steady phase isn't a checkbox you complete. It's an ongoing process of regulation throughout performance. You're constantly making micro-adjustments, bringing arousal down when too high, increasing focus when it drifts, recentering when scattered, managing energy to sustain engagement. Think of it like driving. You're not just steering once and then coasting. You're continuously making small steering adjustments in response to road conditions, maintaining your desired path. Steady is the same, continuous small adjustments maintaining your optimal performance state. The better you get at regulation, the more subtle and automatic these adjustments become. Initially, they require conscious effort. With practice, your nervous system learns to self-regulate more efficiently. You notice deviations from optimal state more quickly and correct them more easily. But even elite performers never outgrow the need for regulation. They just get more skilled at it. The requirement doesn't disappear, the capability increases. With ready creating the foundation and steady maintaining optimal state, you're now positioned for what we're ultimately pursuing, the flow state itself, which we'll explore in depth in the next chapter. Chapter 6. Flow Performance. You're completely absorbed. Time has disappeared, you're not aware of it passing. Your actions and awareness have merged. You're not thinking about what to do and then doing it. The right action arises naturally from the situation. There's no gap between thought and execution. Self-consciousness has evaporated. You're not monitoring how you're performing or what others think. The task is challenging enough to command your full attention but not so difficult that you're overwhelmed. Everything else fades away. There's just you and the challenge, merged into a seamless experience of effortless excellence. This is flow. It's what athletes call the zone. What musicians describe as being lost in the music. What surgeons experience during complex operations when hours feel like minutes. What programmers feel during deep coding sessions when everything clicks. What writers know when words pour out faster than they can type them. Flow is the peak of human performance, and paradoxically, it's also the peak of human experience. When you're in flow, you're not just performing at your best, you're experiencing one of the most rewarding states consciousness can achieve. Recognizing when you're in flow. Flow has distinctive characteristics that mark its presence. Learning to recognize these markers helps you identify when you're in flow and, equally important, when you're approaching it or drifting away from it. Subjective markers of flow. Time distortion, the most common marker. Time either speeds up, hours feel like minutes, or occasionally slows down. In high-stakes situations, events seem to unfold in slow motion, giving you more time to respond. Effortless attention, you're focused without force. Attention feels natural and easy to maintain, not like you're fighting to concentrate. Distractions don't even register, you're genuinely absorbed. Merge action and awareness, you're not thinking about what to do, you're just doing it. The appropriate response emerges automatically from the situation. You're trusting your training and instincts rather than consciously deliberating. Loss of self-consciousness, you're not monitoring yourself from an external perspective. The inner critic is quiet. You're not worried about how you look, whether you're good enough, or what others think. You're completely engaged with the task itself. Clarity of goals and feedback. You know what you're trying to do, and you can tell moment by moment how you're doing. There's a tight feedback loop between action and result that keeps you locked in. Sense of control, not forced control, but a feeling of mastery and capability. You're meeting the challenge competently. There's a sense that you can handle what's required. Intrinsic reward, the activity itself is rewarding. You're doing it because it's engaging and meaningful, not just for external outcomes. The performance is the reward. Altered sense of self, your ordinary sense of self, your everyday personality, concerns, and identity, temporarily recedes. You're experiencing what some describe as ego death. In the best sense, not a crisis, but a liberation from self-concern. Performance markers of flow. Beyond subjective experience, flow often produces observable performance characteristics. Increased accuracy and precision. Faster reaction times. Enhanced pattern recognition and intuition. Greater creativity and novel problem solving. Improved coordination and fluid movement. Sustained high-level output without accumulating fatigue. Fewer errors and more efficient error correction. You might not notice all these markers every time you're in flow. Flow exists on a spectrum. Sometimes you're deeply in it, sometimes you're in a lighter flow state. But the more markers present, the deeper. Entering flow, the transition. Flow doesn't begin the instant you start performing. There's typically a transition period, what some researchers call the struggle, where you're working to engage but haven't yet achieved seamless absorption. The struggle phase, this is where ready and steady pay off. You've prepared, you're regulating, but flow hasn't clicked in yet. This feels like effortful concentration, you're trying to focus, not yet naturally absorbed. Awareness of difficulty, the challenge feels challenging. Some self-consciousness, you're still somewhat aware of yourself performing. Linear time perception, you're aware of time passing. This is normal. Don't interpret the struggle phase as evidence that flow won't happen. It's part of the process. The mistake many people make is abandoning effort during this phase, thinking, "I'm not feeling it today." If you persist through the struggle with good regulation, flow often emerges. How long does transition take? This varies by person, task, and context. Sometimes flow arrives within minutes. Sometimes it takes 15 to 20 minutes of sustained engagement. Occasionally, for very complex tasks or when conditions aren't optimal, you might not achieve deep flow that session. Factors that speed transition. Strong preparation and warm-up. Familiarity with the task, you've done it before. Clear, immediate goals. Few interruptions. Optimal challenge level. Intrinsic motivation. Good regulation of arousal and attention. Factors that delay transition. Inadequate warm-up or preparation. Novel or unfamiliar tasks. Unclear goals or ambiguous feedback. Frequent interruptions. Poor challenge skill balance. Primarily extrinsic motivation. High anxiety or poor regulation. The flow trigger. Many performers describe a moment when flow clicks in. One moment you're working with effort, the next you're flowing. Something shifts. This might be a moment of complete presence when all mental chatter stops. Successfully navigating a challenging moment that proves you can handle it. Getting early positive feedback that builds confidence. A physical or psychological release where you stop trying so hard. Reaching a specific point in your routine or performance that historically triggers flow. While you can't force this trigger moment, you can create conditions that make it more likely. That's what the entire ready and steady process does. It removes obstacles and sets up the dominoes so they're more likely to fall. Sustaining flow. Once you're in flow, the question becomes, how do you stay there? Flow is a delicate state that can be disrupted by internal or external factors. Sustaining it requires ongoing, subtle attention. What disrupts flow? External interruptions. Someone talks to you, an alarm goes off, you have to stop to address something unrelated. These are the most obvious flow killers. This is why protecting your environment from the ready phase is crucial. Shifting challenge skill balance. The task becomes too easy, boredom emerges, or suddenly too difficult, anxiety emerges. This kicks you out of the narrow flow channel. Self-consciousness returning, you become aware of yourself performing. Maybe you notice you're doing well and start monitoring it. Maybe you wonder how you look. Maybe you start evaluating your performance. The observer's mind reactivates, and flow dissolves. Goal confusion. You lose clarity about what you're doing or why. Your attention lacks direction, so absorption breaks. Physical disruption, hunger, thirst, fatigue, pain, or needing to use the bathroom. Physical needs pull attention away from the task. Emotional spike. Something triggers a strong emotional reaction. Frustration from a mistake, excitement from success, fear from increased pressure. When emotion becomes too intense, it overwhelms the balanced state that flow requires. Mental wandering. Your mind drifts to unrelated topics. What you're doing later, a conversation you had, random thoughts. When attention leaves the task, flow leaves with it. Strategies for sustaining flow. Protect against interruptions proactively. This was part of ready, but it bears repeating. Minimize potential interruptions before they happen. Turn off notifications. Block time. Set boundaries. Every interruption risks breaking flow, and re-establishing it requires energy. Continuously calibrate challenge. If the task is becoming too easy, increase difficulty. Add constraints, raise standards, or move to a more complex aspect. If it's becoming overwhelming, break it into smaller pieces or adjust your immediate goal to something manageable. This ongoing calibration keeps you in the flow channel. Stay task-focused, not self-focused. When you notice attention shifting to yourself, how you're doing, how you look, gently redirect to the task itself. What's the next action? What's the current challenge? External focus sustains flow, internal focus disrupts it. Maintain clear goals, keep clarity about what you're doing right now. When goals become fuzzy, re-establish them. This might be a micro pause, 2 seconds to clarify what you're working on, then return. Address physical needs before they become urgent. If you know you'll be working for an extended period, handle physical necessities before starting. Hydrate, eat if needed, use the bathroom. Once in flow, you want to minimize disruptions, including physical ones. Use micro-corrections instead of major disruptions. When you notice yourself starting to drift, make small adjustments immediately. Don't wait until you're completely out of flow to try to get back in. A breath, a moment of refocus, a brief centering. These micro-corrections maintain flow more easily than trying to re-enter it after complete disruption. Embrace the fluctuation. Flow isn't perfectly steady. There's a natural rhythm where you're sometimes deeper in it, sometimes more on the edge of it. That's normal. Don't interpret minor fluctuations as losing flow completely. Allow the natural ebb and flow while maintaining overall engagement. Deepening flow over time. Flow isn't binary. You're not just in or out of it. Flow has depth. Sometimes you're in a light flow state, focused and engaged, performing well, but still somewhat aware of yourself and your surroundings. Other times you're in deep flow, completely absorbed, no sense of self, profound time distortion, peak performance. As you develop skill with entering and sustaining flow, you can also develop capacity for deeper flow experiences. What enables deeper flow? Mastery of fundamentals. The more automatic your basic skills are, the more mental bandwidth available for higher level engagement and deeper absorption. This is why flow becomes more accessible and deeper as you gain expertise in a domain. Trust in yourself. Deep flow requires letting go of conscious control and trusting your training. The more you trust yourself, the more completely you can release into flow. This trust builds through repeated positive experiences of flow. Increased challenge. As you become more capable, you can take on greater challenges. Higher challenge, when matched with adequate skill, enables deeper flow. You can access the deepest flow states through easy tasks, even if you're perfectly focused on them. Removal of safety nets. Deep flow often involves some degree of risk or uncertainty. When there are no safety nets, when real consequences exist, absorption intensifies. This doesn't mean recklessness. It means authentic engagement with meaningful challenge. Practice with flow itself. Like any skill, you get better at flow the more you practice it. Your nervous system becomes more familiar with the state, making it easier to access and sustain. You learn to recognize the subtle cues that indicate you're entering flow, and you learn how to facilitate the transition. Single-pointed concentration. The deeper your ability to concentrate on one thing, the deeper flow can become. This is where meditation and focused attention training can enhance flow capacity. You're developing the mental muscle for sustained, undistracted absorption. Flow in different domains. Flow manifests somewhat differently across different types of activities. Understanding these variations helps you recognize and facilitate flow in your specific domain. Physical/athletic flow. Characterized by fluid, automatic movement. The body knows what to do without conscious thought. Proprioception, body awareness, is heightened, yet self-consciousness is absent. Time often slows down in critical moments. Examples: basketball player in the zone, surfer riding a wave, dancer lost in movement. Keys to accessing: physical warm-up, trusting muscle memory, external focus on target or environment, accepting risk, being fully present with sensation. Cognitive/analytical flow. Characterized by effortless problem-solving and pattern recognition. Complex problems become clear. Solutions emerge seemingly without conscious deliberation. You see connections and possibilities that aren't usually apparent. Examples: programmer in deep work, mathematicians solving proofs, strategist analyzing complex systems. Keys to accessing: clear problem definition, removing distractions, allowing time for emergence, not forcing solutions, building on prior knowledge, intrinsic fascination with the problem. Creative flow. Characterized by ideas arising faster than you can capture them. Creation feels like discovery rather than invention. Critical judgment is suspended. You're producing without evaluating. You're channeling something rather than consciously constructing it. Examples: writer in the midst of inspiration, visual artist absorbed in creation, musician composing. Keys to accessing: removing judgment during creation phase, focusing on process not outcome, engaging with meaningful challenge, creating without immediate evaluation, allowing imperfection. Social/interactive flow. Characterized by effortless attunement to others. Conversations flow naturally. You're completely present with the other person. Responses arise organically without planning. There's a sense of connection and mutual absorption. Examples: great conversation, collaborative work sessions, team sports at their best, jazz improvisation. Keys to accessing: genuine interest in others, listening without planning response, accepting and building on what emerges, being vulnerable and authentic, letting go of self-monitoring. Work/professional flow. Characterized by high productivity that feels easy. You're moving through complex tasks with surprising speed and quality. Decision-making feels clear and confident. You're engaged with a challenge rather than stressed by it. Examples: surgeon during operation, teacher in full engagement with class, leader navigating complex organizational challenge. Keys to accessing: clear goals and priorities, appropriate task difficulty, control over how work is done, immediate feedback, meaningful work, protected time blocks. While manifestation varies, the core elements remain consistent: complete absorption, merged action and awareness, loss of self-consciousness, time distortion, intrinsic reward. The paradox of trying. Here's one of the strangest aspects of flow. You can't force it, yet you can't be passive either. Trying too hard prevents flow. You're too tense, too controlled, too self-conscious. But not trying at all prevents flow too. You're not engaged enough, not challenged enough, not focused enough. Flow requires what might be called effortless effort. You're fully engaged and giving your best, but without strain or force. You're present and active, but not controlling or forcing. You're simultaneously focused and relaxed, intense and easeful. This paradox frustrates many people. How do you try without trying? How do you care deeply while staying relaxed? How do you pursue excellence without becoming tense? The resolution. Focus on process, not outcome. When you focus on executing well right now, you're engaged without being attached to results. You care, but you're not gripping. This creates the balanced engagement that flow requires. Trust your preparation. You prepared, ready? You're regulating, steady? You've developed skills through practice. Now, during performance, trust that foundation. Let your training operate without conscious interference. Shift from doing to allowing. There's a subtle shift that happens as you enter flow. Initially, you're doing the activity. Then, at some point, the activity starts doing itself through you. You shift from making it happen to letting it happen. You're still active, but you're allowing rather than forcing. Embrace the beginner's mind. Approach each performance with freshness, as if for the first time. This prevents staleness and opens you to present moment discovery. When you're not trying to repeat a previous success or avoid a previous failure, you're more available to flow. Care deeply, hold lightly. You can be fully committed to excellence while being unattached to specific outcomes. You care about the quality of your engagement, the integrity of your effort, the opportunity to test yourself. But you hold results lightly, knowing they're partly beyond your control. This paradox becomes less confusing with experience. You develop a felt sense for the right degree of effort, enough to be fully engaged, not so much that you're forcing. It's like tuning an instrument, too loose and there's no music, too tight and the string breaks. Flow lives in balanced tension. Post-flow reflection and learning. What you do after a flow experience significantly impacts your ability to access flow more consistently in the future. Post-flow reflection is where conscious learning happens. Immediate post-flow, within 30 minutes. Notice what worked, what helped you enter flow. What sustained it? What were the conditions, internal and external, that facilitated the experience? Don't just appreciate that flow happened, identify why it happened. Notice what disrupted flow. If you exited flow before completing the task, what broke it? An interruption? Shift in challenge level? Return of self-consciousness? This information helps you protect future flow experiences. Acknowledge the experience. Flow is rewarding, and explicitly acknowledging it reinforces the neural pathways associated with it. Take a moment to appreciate the experience, not in a self-congratulatory way, but in recognition of the state itself. Extended post-flow reflection, that day or next day. Document key insights. Keep a flow journal. Note the conditions that enabled flow, what you learned during the experience, what worked well, what you'd adjust next time. Over time, patterns emerge that reveal your personal flow formula. Identify growth opportunities. Flow often reveals the edge of your current capabilities. What did you accomplish in flow that you didn't know you could do? This insight shows you where your growth edges and what's possible with full engagement. Plan for next time. Based on what you learned, what will you do differently in your next preparation or performance? How will you create similar conditions? What blockers will you address proactively? This transforms reflection from passive observation to active learning. Be specific, not general. I was really focused today. Is less useful than turning off all notifications and using my keywords smooth every few minutes kept me focused. Specificity enables replication. Beware of superstition. Sometimes flow happens despite certain conditions, not because of them. Don't attribute flow to irrelevant factors, like what you ate for breakfast, unless there's a plausible mechanism. Focus on factors you can control and that have clear connections to flow conditions. When flow doesn't happen. Some days, despite good preparation and regulation, flow doesn't come. The struggle phase extends indefinitely. Performance is competent but effortful. You never find that seamless absorption. This is normal. Even elite performers don't access deep flow every single time. Understanding why flow might not happen prevents discouragement and provides useful information. Common reasons flow doesn't occur. Inadequate skill development. You're attempting something beyond your current capability. The challenge-skill balance is too far off. Solution: build more skill before expecting flow, or adjust challenges to match current ability. Poor recovery or fatigue. Your nervous system doesn't have the resources for flow. You're depleted, mentally, physically, or emotionally. Solution: prioritize recovery. Sometimes the most productive thing is rest, not performance. External conditions too disruptive. The environment is preventing sustained attention despite your best efforts. Solution: change the environment if possible, or accept that this isn't a flow session and focus on doing solid work anyway. Mismatched task. The activity doesn't lend itself to flow for you. Not all tasks create flow for all people. Some tasks are inherently fragmentary or lack the characteristics that enable flow. Solution: accept this and don't force it. Do good work without expecting flow. Emotional interference. Strong emotions, anxiety, anger, sadness, are occupying mental bandwidth. You're not available for full task absorption because emotion is demanding attention. Solution: address the emotion directly first, either by processing it or scheduling time for it later so you can focus now. Wrong timing. You're forcing performance at a time when your energy or attention naturally wants to be elsewhere. Your circadian rhythms, creative cycles, or life circumstances aren't aligned. Solution: work with your natural rhythms when possible rather than against them. Excessive outcome focus. You care too much about results, creating pressure that prevents flow. Paradoxically, wanting to flow too badly can prevent it. Solution: shift focus back to process and intrinsic engagement. Let go of attachment to the flow state itself. When flow doesn't happen, what should you do? Don't force it. Trying harder to achieve flow typically makes it less likely. Accept that today might not be a flow day. Do good work anyway. You can perform competently and effectively without being in flow. Complete the work with diligence and care, even if it feels more effortful than usual. Learn from the absence. Why didn't flow happen? What was different? This information is as valuable as knowing what creates flow. Maintain the habits. Continue your preparation routines and regulation practices even when they don't lead to flow. Consistency matters more than any single session. Don't catastrophize. One session without flow doesn't mean you've lost the ability. Flow is always accessible under the right conditions. Today's conditions weren't right, or perhaps you needed a different type of engagement. Sometimes the best performances come not from flow but from disciplined, conscious effort when flow isn't available. This is also a valuable capability, the ability to perform well regardless of state. Flow as the integration. Ready created the foundation. Steady maintained optimal state. Flow is where everything comes together, where preparation and regulation enable peak performance and peak experience to merge. But flow isn't the end goal, despite what the name of this book might suggest. Flow is the means to sustainable, excellent performance. It's how you perform at your best while also experiencing deep fulfillment and avoiding burnout. The real goal is living a life where flow is regularly accessible, where you're regularly operating at the intersection of challenge and capability, where work and play blur because you're intrinsically engaged with meaningful pursuits. The next section explores how to apply this model to real life, including the inevitable setbacks and failures that are part of any authentic performance journey, how to create your personalized flow system, and how to integrate flow into daily life rather than treating it as an occasional peak experience. Flow is available. The question is whether you're creating the conditions to access it and developing the skills to sustain it. With ready, steady, flow as your framework, you now have a practical model for doing exactly that. Chapter 7. Bouncing back from setbacks. Here's what no one tells you about pursuing flow and peak performance. You will fail. Repeatedly. Often publicly. Sometimes spectacularly. You'll prepare perfectly and still perform poorly. You'll execute your ritual flawlessly and still not find flow. You'll experience devastating setbacks that call into question everything you thought you knew about your capabilities. You'll face rejection, criticism, and your own harsh self-judgment. This isn't pessimism, it's reality. Anyone pursuing meaningful challenges will encounter failure. It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. The question isn't whether you'll face setbacks, but how you'll respond when you do. Most performance psychology focuses on optimizing success. This chapter focuses on the equally important skill of handling failure. Because your response to setbacks determines whether challenges build you up or break you down, whether failures become learning opportunities or evidence of inadequacy, whether you develop resilience or fragility. Flow exists on the edge of your capabilities, which means you're operating in territory where failure is inherent. If you're not failing sometimes, you're not pushing hard enough to access deep flow. The comfort zone doesn't produce flow, the growth zone does. And the growth zone includes failure. What setbacks actually do to you? When you experience a significant setback, a poor performance, a mistake with consequences, a goal you failed to achieve, a harsh criticism, a rejection, several things happen simultaneously. Neurological, your brain treats setbacks as threats. The amygdala activates, stress hormones release, your threat detection system heightens. This serves evolutionary purposes, learning from danger, but creates problems when setbacks aren't actually dangerous, just disappointing. Cognitive, you ruminate. Your mind replays the failure repeatedly, analyzing what went wrong, imagining how it could have gone differently. While some reflection is productive, excessive rumination keeps you stuck in the past and prevents moving forward. Emotional, you experience a range of difficult emotions: disappointment, frustration, embarrassment, shame, anger at yourself or others. The intensity varies, but setbacks reliably trigger emotional pain. Physiological, stress responses activate. Sleep may be disrupted. Appetite changes. Energy depletes. Physical tension increases. Your body responds to psychological setbacks as if they were physical threats. Motivational, confidence takes a hit. You question your abilities. You might avoid similar challenges in the future to prevent re-experiencing failure. Or you might push harder in unhealthy ways, trying to prove the failure was a fluke. Social, you might withdraw from others, especially if the failure was public. Or you might seek excessive reassurance. Your sense of connection and belonging can be impacted, especially if you interpret failure as evidence you don't belong in your domain. Left unmanaged, setbacks can spiral. One failure leads to rumination, which increases anxiety, which impairs performance, which leads to more failure. This is how talented people become risk-averse, how high performers burn out, how potential goes unrealized. But setbacks can also catalyze growth, if you know how to work with them. Reframing setbacks as flow opportunities. The most powerful shift you can make is reframing how you interpret setbacks. This isn't about pretending failure didn't happen or dismissing its impact. It's about changing what failure means. From verdict to data. A setback isn't a verdict on your worth or your potential. It's data about what happened in specific circumstances at a specific time. I failed becomes, this approach didn't work in these conditions. I'm not good enough. Becomes, my current skill level is here. I'm developing toward there. This shift transforms setbacks from identity threats into information you can use. When failure is data, it's not devastating, it's useful. You can analyze it objectively, extract lessons, and adjust. From endpoint to step. Setbacks feel final. I failed, so I can't do this. But actually, setbacks are steps in a longer process. Every expert in every field has a history of failures that led to their eventual success. The difference between those who succeed and those who don't isn't absence of failure, it's response to failure. When you view setbacks as steps rather than endpoints, they become part of your growth journey, not the end of it. Each setback teaches you something that makes future success more likely. You're not failing at your goal, you're learning your way toward it. From threat to challenge. Remember the threat versus challenge mindset from Chapter 3? It applies powerfully to setbacks. When you interpret a setback as a threat, this is dangerous, I'm inadequate, I should avoid this. Your nervous system initiates defensive responses that impair learning and future performance. When you interpret a setback as a challenge, this is difficult, I'm learning, I'll keep engaging. Your nervous system responds with the challenge response that enhances performance and resilience. The facts of the setback don't change. What changes is your relationship to it, and that changes everything about how it affects you. From isolated to universal. One of the most damaging aspects of failure is believing you're alone in it. Everyone else seems competent while you're struggling. This creates shame and isolation. But actually, everyone who attempts difficult things fails regularly. The difference is that most people hide their failures and display their successes. You're comparing your internal experience, full of doubt and failure, with others' external presentations, polished and successful. Recognizing that failure is universal doesn't eliminate its pain, but it removes the shame. You're not uniquely flawed, you're human, attempting something difficult. This normalization reduces the emotional intensity and helps you respond more skillfully. The growth-oriented setback analysis. After a setback, reflection is valuable, but the way you reflect matters enormously. Unstructured rumination maintains distress without producing learning. Structured analysis produces insight without unnecessary suffering. The 4-question framework. 1. What specifically happened? Describe the facts objectively, without interpretation or judgment. Not I choked, but my performance was below my typical level in these specific ways. Not I'm a failure, but I didn't achieve the outcome I wanted. This factual description prevents catastrophizing and creates a clear picture of what actually occurred versus the story you're telling yourself about what occurred. 2. What factors contributed? Identify all relevant factors, not just personal inadequacy. Consider. Preparation. Was your ready phase sufficient? Were there gaps in training or readiness? Regulation. Did your steady phase work? Were you optimally aroused or too anxious/complacent? External circumstances. Were there environmental factors outside your control? Skill level. Was the challenge appropriately matched to your current abilities? Recovery. Were you adequately rested and resourced? Execution. Which specific technical or strategic elements didn't work? The goal is comprehensive understanding, not blame. Some factors you control, others you don't. Both types are useful information. 3. What can I learn or adjust? Based on the analysis, what specific changes would improve future performance? Be precise. Not I need to be better, but I need to practice specific skill more. Not I need to be more focused, but I need to eliminate specific distraction. Not I need more confidence, but I need to trust my preparation more and use my centering technique when self-doubt arises. Vague intentions don't produce change. Specific, actionable adjustments do. 4. What's the growth opportunity? Every setback reveals something about your current edge. What capability is this setback inviting you to develop? Maybe it's a technical skill, maybe emotional regulation, maybe better preparation, maybe resilience itself. Frame the setback as feedback about your next area of growth rather than evidence of permanent limitation. Time-bound this analysis. Give yourself a specific time for this reflection, maybe 15 to 30 minutes. Extract the learning, then move on. Continuing to analyze beyond the point of useful insight is just rumination disguised as productivity. The self-compassion response. Research by Kristen Neff, Juliana Brains, and others has demonstrated that self-compassion after failure predicts better subsequent performance than harsh self-criticism. This finding surprises many people who believe you need to be hard on yourself to improve. But think about it. When someone you care about fails, do you berate them? Tell them they're worthless, stupid, incompetent? Probably not. You likely offer kindness, perspective, encouragement. You help them learn and move forward. Why would you treat yourself worse than you treat a friend? The 3 elements of self-compassion after setbacks. Kindness toward yourself. Acknowledge the pain of the setback without judgment. This is really disappointing, and it's okay to feel disappointed. This hurts, and I don't have to pretend it doesn't. Treat yourself with the same gentleness you'd extend to someone you care about. This doesn't mean lowering standards or making excuses. It means not adding psychological abuse to an already difficult situation. Common humanity. Recognize that struggle and failure are part of being human, not evidence you're uniquely flawed. Everyone who attempts difficult things fails sometimes. I'm not alone in this. This counters the isolation that shame creates. You're part of the human experience of striving and sometimes falling short, not separate from it because of your failure. Mindful awareness. Observe your experience without over-identifying with it or suppressing it. Notice your thoughts and feelings about the setback without getting completely consumed by them or pushing them away. I'm having thoughts that I'm not good enough. I'm noticing feelings of disappointment and frustration. This creates perspective. You're experiencing these things, but you're not defined by them. Practical self-compassion exercise. After a setback, place your hand on your heart. Physical touch activates compassion circuits in your brain. Take a few deep breaths. Then offer yourself these statements, adjusting the language to what resonates for you. This is a moment of difficulty. Mindfulness. Difficulty is part of growth and life. Common humanity. May I be kind to myself at this moment. Self-kindness. This takes 2 minutes. It doesn't eliminate the pain of failure, but it changes your relationship to that pain in ways that facilitate resilience. The resilience building protocol. Resilience isn't something you have or don't have, it's something you build through how you respond to difficulty. Each setback is an opportunity to strengthen your resilience capacity. Immediate response, first hours after setback. Feel the feelings, don't immediately jump into analysis or positive reframing. Allow yourself to feel disappointed, frustrated, sad, angry, whatever emotions arise. Suppression doesn't work and prolongs suffering. Brief emotional expression facilitates processing and moving forward. Physical release. Setbacks create physiological tension. Move your body, walk, run, work out, dance, stretch. Physical movement helps process stress hormones and shift your state. Connect with support. Reach out to someone safe, a friend, coach, mentor, therapist. Not for false reassurance, but for genuine connection. Being witnessed in your struggle reduces its power. Basic self-care. Eat something nourishing. Stay hydrated. Get adequate sleep. Setbacks make you want to skip self-care, but that's when you need it most. Short-term response, next days. Conduct your growth-oriented analysis. Use the 4-question framework. Extract learning without rumination. Create a comeback plan. What specific steps will you take to address what you learned? Having a clear plan transforms helplessness into agency. Re-engage gradually. Don't avoid the domain where you failed, but don't force immediate return either. Find a low-stakes way to re-engage that rebuilds confidence without excessive pressure. Practice self-compassion. Use the exercise above, or others that work for you. Make self-kindness a daily practice during this period, not just a one-time thing. Long-term response, weeks after. Integrate the learning. Actually implement the adjustments you identified. Learning without application doesn't build resilience. Reframe the narrative. When you think back on this setback, what story do you tell? Not, I failed and it was terrible. But, I attempted something difficult, it didn't work initially, I learned X, and I adjusted Y. Build anti-fragility. Anti-fragility means becoming stronger through stress rather than just surviving it. What capability have you developed because of this setback? How are you now more capable than before? Return to challenge. Eventually, attempt something similar to what you failed at. Not identical, you've learned and adjusted but comparable. This proves to yourself that the setback didn't defeat you. Preventing setback spirals. The danger isn't single setbacks, it's when one setback triggers a cascade. You fail, which undermines confidence, which makes you perform anxiously, which leads to more failure, which confirms your fear that you're inadequate. Breaking this spiral requires specific intervention. Identify the spiral early. Recognize when you're not just disappointed about one setback but starting to question your fundamental capability. Catch this early before it becomes entrenched. Separate performance from identity. I performed poorly is very different from I am inadequate. The former is specific and changeable. The latter is global and fixed. Resist letting failures define your identity. Focus on process, not just outcomes. When you're in a spiral, outcome focus makes it worse. You're desperate for success to prove you're capable, which creates pressure that impairs performance. Shift back to process. I'm going to focus on executing well right now, regardless of outcome. Lower the stakes temporarily. If possible, practice in lower stakes contexts until you rebuild confidence. You need positive experiences to counter the spiral, and those are more likely in situations with less pressure. Seek external perspective. When you're spiraling, your perception is distorted. Talk to a coach, mentor, or therapist who can offer an objective perspective on your actual capability versus your fear-based assessment. Return to fundamentals. Setback spirals often involve trying to do too much, overcomplicating things. Return to basics. What are the fundamental skills and approaches that work for you? Execute those before attempting advanced material. Building anti-fragility through flow practice. Nassim Taleb's concept of anti-fragility describes systems that gain from stress rather than being harmed by it. Your body builds muscle by being stressed and recovering. Your immune system strengthens by encountering and overcoming pathogens. Can psychology work the same way? Yes. When you respond skillfully to setbacks, you become more resilient than if you never faced difficulty. You develop capabilities you wouldn't have otherwise, not despite setbacks, but because of them. Flow practice builds anti-fragility several ways. Exposure to constructive difficulty. Flow exists at your edge, where you're appropriately challenged. Regular practice at this edge means you're constantly encountering difficulty and learning to meet it. This trains resilience. Success despite pressure. Each time you access flow under pressure, you're proving to yourself that you can perform when it matters. This creates a foundation of confidence that setbacks can't fully undermine. Recovery from flow disruption. Remember in Chapter 6 when we discussed recovering from in-performance disruptions? Each time you successfully recover and return to flow, you're practicing resilience in miniature. This skill generalizes. Proof of capability. Flow reveals what you're capable of at your best. Even after setbacks, you can reference these experiences. I know I'm capable of this because I've experienced it. Flow provides evidence that counters doubt. Separation of outcome and experience. Flow is intrinsically rewarding regardless of outcome. When you can access flow and find fulfillment in the process, specific outcomes have less power to devastate you. You care about results, but your worth isn't dependent on them. The growth narrative. One of the most important resilience practices is the narrative you construct about your journey. Humans are story-making creatures. We create narratives to make sense of our experiences. The story you tell yourself about setbacks powerfully influences how they affect you. Fixed narrative. I tried and failed, which proves I can't do this. I'm not talented enough. This isn't for me. This narrative creates learned helplessness. Setbacks become evidence of permanent limitation. Future effort feels pointless because ability is fixed. Growth narrative. I attempted something difficult and encountered setbacks, which revealed specific areas to develop. I'm learning and improving. Each setback teaches me and makes eventual success more likely. This narrative creates resilience. Setbacks become temporary obstacles that you're learning to overcome. Effort feels meaningful because ability is developable. Actively construct a growth narrative. When talking to others about setbacks, frame them as learning experiences, not disasters. In your journal or reflection, explicitly note what you're learning and how you're developing. Regularly review your progress over time, not just your current position. Celebrate growth and effort, not just outcomes. Remind yourself that all masters were once beginners who persisted through countless setbacks. This isn't self-delusion or toxic positivity. It's choosing an interpretation of your experience that's both accurate, growth is real, and empowering. You can influence your development. When to persist and when to pivot. Not all setbacks should lead to renewed effort in the same direction. Sometimes a setback reveals that you're pursuing the wrong goal, using the wrong approach, or working in a domain that doesn't fit you. How do you distinguish between a temporary setback requiring persistence and a signal to change direction? Questions to consider. Do I still find intrinsic value in this pursuit? If the activity itself is rewarding and meaningful regardless of outcomes, persist. If you're only pursuing it for external validation or rewards, consider pivoting. Am I making progress over time, despite setbacks? Look at trends, not individual performances. If you're generally improving, setbacks are part of growth. If you're stagnating or declining despite consistent effort, something fundamental may be off. Do I have, or can I develop, the foundational capabilities required? Some pursuits require specific attributes, physical traits, cognitive capacities, situational factors. If these are absent and can't be developed, honest assessment might suggest a different path. Is the obstacle external or internal? If the barrier is primarily internal, your skills, mindset, habits, you can address it. If it's primarily external, systemic barriers, circumstances beyond your control, you might need to change strategy or direction. Am I avoiding versus strategically pivoting? Avoidance is running away from difficulty out of fear. Strategic pivoting is making a reasoned decision based on evidence and values. The former feels like retreat, the latter feels like wise adjustment. There's no simple formula. This requires honest self-reflection, potentially external perspective from mentors, and willingness to both persist when valuable and pivot when wise. Setbacks as teachers. The most successful performers across domains share a common trait. They extract maximum learning from setbacks. They don't enjoy failure, but they refuse to waste it. Every setback contains information about where your current capabilities are, about what conditions facilitate or hinder your performance, about your patterns under pressure, about what preparation or regulation techniques work, about what matters enough to you to persist despite difficulty. Make setbacks your teachers, not your tormentors. Study them with curiosity rather than judgment. Ask, "What can I learn?" rather than, "What's wrong with me?" When you do this consistently, setbacks lose their power to defeat you. They remain disappointing, you're human, and failure hurts. But they become part of your growth process rather than evidence of your inadequacy. This is the foundation of sustainable high performance, the capacity to fail, learn, adjust, and re-engage. Not just surviving setbacks, but becoming stronger because of them. As you develop this resilience through flow practice, you're not just building a skill, you're building a life where challenge is opportunity, where failure is feedback, and where your potential expands rather than contracts in the face of difficulty. This narrative creates resilience. Setbacks become temporary obstacles that you're learning to overcome. Effort feels meaningful because ability is developable. Actively construct a growth narrative. When talking to others about setbacks, frame them as learning experiences, not disasters. In your journal or reflection, explicitly note what you're learning and how you're developing. Regularly review your progress over time, not just your current position. Celebrate growth and effort, not just outcomes. Remind yourself that all masters were once beginners who persisted through countless setbacks. This isn't self-delusion or toxic positivity. It's choosing an interpretation of your experience that's both accurate, growth is real, and empowering. You can influence your development. When to persist and when to pivot. Not all setbacks should lead to renewed effort in the same direction. Sometimes a setback reveals that you're pursuing the wrong goal, using the wrong approach, or working in a domain that doesn't fit you. How do you distinguish between a temporary setback requiring persistence and a signal to change direction? Questions to consider. Do I still find intrinsic value in this pursuit? If the activity itself is rewarding and meaningful regardless of outcomes, persist. If you're only pursuing it for external validation or rewards, consider pivoting. Am I making progress over time, despite setbacks? Look at trends, not individual performances. If you're generally improving, setbacks are part of growth. If you're stagnating or declining despite consistent effort, something fundamental may be off. Do I have, or can I develop, the foundational capabilities required? Some pursuits require specific attributes, physical traits, cognitive capacities, situational factors. If these are absent and can't be developed, honest assessment might suggest a different path. Is the obstacle external or internal? If the barrier is primarily internal, your skills, mindset, habits, you can address it. If it's primarily external, systemic barriers, circumstances beyond your control, you might need to change strategy or direction. Am I avoiding versus strategically pivoting? Avoidance is running away from difficulty out of fear. Strategic pivoting is making a reasoned decision based on evidence and values. The former feels like retreat, the latter feels like wise adjustment. There's no simple formula. This requires honest self-reflection, potentially external perspective from mentors, and willingness to both persist when valuable and pivot when wise. Setbacks as teachers. The most successful performers across domains share a common trait. They extract maximum learning from setbacks. They don't enjoy failure, but they refuse to waste it. Every setback contains information about where your current capabilities are, about what conditions facilitate or hinder your performance, about your patterns under pressure, about what preparation or regulation techniques work, about what matters enough to you to persist despite difficulty. Make setbacks your teachers, not your tormentors. Study them with curiosity rather than judgment. Ask, "What can I learn?" rather than, "What's wrong with me?" When you do this consistently, setbacks lose their power to defeat you. They remain disappointing, you're human, and failure hurts. But they become part of your growth process rather than evidence of your inadequacy. This is the foundation of sustainable high performance, the capacity to fail, learn, adjust, and re-engage. Not just surviving setbacks, but becoming stronger because of them. As you develop this resilience through flow practice, you're not just building a skill, you're building a life where challenge is opportunity, where failure is feedback, and where your potential expands rather than contracts in the face of difficulty. Chapter 8. Your personalized flow ritual. You've read about flow theory, learned the ready, steady, flow model, and studied various techniques for accessing optimal states. But here's the problem. None of it works unless you make it personally yours. Generic advice fails because humans aren't generic. Your nervous system is unique. Your triggers and blockers are specific to you. What puts one person in flow might pull another person out of it. The violinist's pre-performance routine wouldn't work for the surgeon. The athlete's activation techniques might be all wrong for the writer. This chapter is about assessment and customization, understanding your unique wiring and designing a personalized flow ritual that works for you, in your domain, given your specific challenges and opportunities. The framework, ready, steady, flow, is universal. The specific implementation must be personal. Assessing your unique flow profile. Before you can design your ritual, you need data about yourself. This requires honest self-assessment across several dimensions. Your flow history. Think back to times when you've experienced flow, even if you didn't call it that. What were you doing? What were the conditions? Be specific. What was the activity? Where were you? What time of day? Who else was present, or were you alone? What was your mental and physical state going into it? What happened right before flow began? How long did it last? What disrupted it, if anything? Look for patterns across multiple flow experiences. Are there commonalities in environment, preparation, time of day, social context, or type of challenge? Your optimal arousal level. Some people perform best when highly activated, energized, intense, amped up. Others perform best when calm and centered. Most people fall somewhere in between, and the optimal level varies by task. Reflect on past performances. When you performed well, what was your energy level? When you performed poorly, were you too anxious/activated or too relaxed/under-energized? Do you tend to be naturally high energy or low energy? How does pressure affect you? Does it energize you or overwhelm you? This tells you whether your ready phase needs to emphasize activation, if you trend low energy, or calming if you trend anxious. Your attention patterns. How does your attention naturally operate? Do you tend toward hyperfocus or scattered attention? Are you easily distracted by external stimuli, sounds, movement, people, or internal stimuli, thoughts, emotions? Can you sustain focus for long periods, or do you need frequent breaks? Do you focus better with background stimulation, music, ambient noise, or complete silence? Are you more focused in the morning, afternoon, or evening? This informs how you structure your environment and work sessions for optimal focus. Your motivation drivers. What makes activities engaging for you? Competition or collaboration? Autonomy or structure? Novelty or mastery? Social connection or solitude? Creative expression or problem solving? Helping others or personal achievement? Understanding your intrinsic motivators helps you frame challenges in ways that naturally engage you. Your common blockers. Review Chapter 2's discussion of saboteurs and Chapter 4's discussion of blockers. Which ones most consistently affect you? Overthinking and self-consciousness? Performance anxiety and fear of judgment? Perfectionism and fear of failure? Distractibility and interruption? Physical discomfort or energy issues? Emotional volatility? Knowing your personal blockers allows you to address them proactively in your ritual. Designing your 3-step ritual. Armed with self-knowledge, you can now design your personalized ready, steady, flow ritual. This isn't about copying someone else's approach. It's about creating something uniquely effective for you. Ready phase design. Based on your blockers and preparation needs, what elements must your ready phase include? Environmental setup. What physical space works best for you? What interruptions must you eliminate? What tools/resources do you need immediately accessible? What sensory conditions optimize your focus? Lighting, temperature, sound? Physical preparation. How will you warm up your body/nervous system? What's your optimal energy level, and how will you reach it? What physical needs must you address before starting? Mental preparation. How will you clarify your goals for this specific session? What's your process focus? Where are you directing attention? What keywords will you use? How will you connect with intrinsic motivation? Emotional/psychological preparation. How will you reach optimal arousal for this task? What anxieties or doubts need acknowledgement? What self-compassion or confidence building do you need? Create a checklist or sequence that hits all your critical elements. Start with 10 to 15 minutes for full preparation, but also create a 5-minute version for when time is limited. Steady phase design. What regulation techniques work best for your nervous system? Arousal regulation. If you tend anxious, what calming techniques work for you? Specific breathing patterns, progressive relaxation, grounding exercises. If you tend under-energized, what activation techniques work? Movement, music, power poses, energizing breath. How will you recognize when you're outside optimal arousal and need to adjust? Attention management. What brings your attention back when it wanders? Cue words, physical anchors, refocusing techniques. How will you maintain external versus internal focus balance? What's your strategy for interruptions or disruptions? Emotional regulation. What helps you manage performance anxiety? Reframing, acceptance, breathing. How will you handle frustration or setbacks during performance? What self-talk or mental frameworks keep you in challenge mode versus threat mode? Process focus. What specific processes will you focus on during performance? How will you prevent outcome-focused thinking? What's your Next, play, strategy for releasing past moments. Choose 3 to 5 regulation techniques you'll use as your go-to toolkit. Practice them individually so they're automatic when you need them. Flow phase preparation. You can't force flow, but you can prepare for recognizing and sustaining it. Flow recognition. What are your personal markers that flow is happening? How will you notice when you're approaching flow versus in struggle phase? What tells you when you're drifting out of flow? Flow protection. How will you protect against interruption once in flow? What will you do if disrupted? What's your reentry strategy? How long can you typically sustain flow, and how will you manage energy over that time? Post-flow practice. How will you transition out of flow when the session ends? What's your reflection protocol? How will you capture learning for next time? Create a simple template for post-flow reflection that you can complete in 5 to 10 minutes. Testing and refining your approach. Your initial ritual is a hypothesis, not a final answer. It requires testing and refinement. The experimental mindset. Treat each performance as an experiment. You're testing whether your ritual works, what helps, what doesn't. This removes pressure. Even if performance isn't perfect, you're gathering data. Track your results. After each session, note: did I follow my ritual? How well did it work, 1 to 10 scale? What specific elements helped most? What felt unnecessary or unhelpful? Did I reach the flow? If not, why not? What will I adjust next time? Over 10 to 20 performances, patterns emerge. Some elements consistently help, others don't. This data guides refinement. Iterate systematically. Don't change everything at once. Adjust 1 or 2 elements, test them for several performances, assess results. This allows you to identify what actually makes a difference. Maybe you tried different music during ready phase. Test it 3 to 5 times. Does it help, hinder, or not matter? Based on data, keep it, discard it, or modify it. Be willing to discard what doesn't work. Just because an elite performer uses a technique doesn't mean it works for you. Just because something sounds theoretically good doesn't mean it's practical. Trust your data more than your assumptions. If a technique consistently doesn't help despite fair testing, remove it. Keep your ritual lean and effective, not cluttered with things that don't actually contribute. Common ritual design mistakes. As you create your ritual, avoid these pitfalls. Too complicated. If your ritual has 15 steps and takes an hour, you won't do it consistently. Keep it essential and sustainable. Copying without adapting. Taking someone else's ritual wholesale without adjusting for your unique needs. Inspiration is good. Imitation without personalization doesn't work. Superstitious elements, including things that don't actually help but you think might be important. Focus on elements with clear functional value. Rigid inflexibility. Your ritual should be adaptable to different circumstances. If you can only perform when everything is perfect, you've made yourself fragile. No regular practice. Your ritual only becomes powerful through repetition. Using it only for big performances means it never becomes automatic. Ignoring data. Sticking with a ritual that consistently doesn't work because you invested time in creating it. Be willing to evolve based on results. Skipping recovery. Building activation and focus into your ritual but not building in recovery. Sustainable performance requires both. Making it stick. The best ritual is useless if you don't actually use it. Making it stick requires consistency. Use your ritual for every significant performance, not just high-stakes ones. This builds automaticity. Simplicity. Make it easy to execute. The simpler it is, the more likely you'll do it even when tired or rushed. Visible reminders. Put your ritual checklist somewhere you'll see it. For athletes, in your locker. For knowledge workers, on your desktop. Visual cues prompt execution. Accountability. Tell someone about your ritual. Check in with them about whether you're using it. External accountability increases follow-through. Regular review, monthly, review whether your ritual is still serving you. As you develop, your needs may shift. Keep it current. Connect to results. Notice the correlation between using your ritual and performance quality. This reinforces its value and motivates consistent use. Your ritual as living practice. Your flow ritual isn't static, it's a living practice that evolves as you do. What works now might need adjustment in 6 months. New challenges might require new elements. Your development changes your needs. Treat your ritual as an ongoing conversation with yourself about what supports your best performance. Stay curious. Keep experimenting. Trust your experience. Refine continuously. The ritual isn't the goal, flow and peak performance are. The ritual is the vehicle. Make sure your vehicle fits you, serves you, and evolves with you. With a personalized ritual based on honest self-assessment and systematic testing, you're no longer hoping for flow occasionally. You're creating the conditions for flow consistently. You're taking agency over your performance instead of leaving it to chance. This is the shift from performer to master performer, from hoping you'll be at your best to knowing how to access your best systematically. Your ritual is how you make that shift real. Chapter 9. Flow in Daily Life. So far, we've focused primarily on flow in performance contexts, athletes competing, professionals working, artists creating. But what about the rest of life? You spend most of your time not in formal performance situations. You're having conversations, doing household tasks, navigating relationships, making decisions, pursuing hobbies, managing daily responsibilities. Can flow exist in these ordinary moments? Should it? The answer is yes, and integrating flow into daily life might be even more important than accessing it during peak performances. Here's why. Flow in daily life prevents the compartmentalization where you're on during performance and exhausted, scattered, or numb the rest of the time. It makes engagement and meaning accessible throughout your day, not just during special occasions. It builds your flow capacity consistently rather than sporadically. It transforms how you experience life itself, not just how you perform specific tasks. This chapter is about bringing flow principles into the messy, interrupted, imperfect reality of actual human existence. Reclaiming focus in an age of distraction. The single biggest obstacle to flow in daily life is the attention crisis we discussed in Chapter 2, but amplified. At work, you might have some protection, block time, closed doors, focus periods. In daily life, you're bombarded, notifications, family needs, environmental chaos, endless decision-making, the seductive pull of entertainment and social media. Reclaiming focus doesn't mean eliminating all distraction. That's unrealistic and probably undesirable. It means creating islands of protected attention throughout your day where flow becomes possible. The attention budget. You have limited attentional capacity. Every day, you're making choices about where to invest it, mostly unconsciously. The attention budget approach makes this conscious. Identify what deserves your focused attention today. Not everything. Maybe 1 to 3 activities where you want to be fully present and engaged. These could be a conversation with your partner, playing with your children, a creative project, reading or learning something meaningful, physical exercise, a challenging work task, preparing a meal with care. For these high-priority items, protect your attention deliberately. Eliminate competing stimuli, put phone in another room, turn off notifications. Set a specific time when you're least likely to be interrupted. Communicate boundaries to others. I'm focused on this for the next hour. Give yourself permission to ignore everything else temporarily. For lower priority activities, allow partial attention. You don't need deep focus for every email or routine task. This isn't about perfectionism, it's about choosing where to invest your limited capacity for full presence. Digital boundaries. Technology is the biggest daily flow killer for most people. Not because technology is inherently bad, but because it's designed to capture and fragment attention. Create specific boundaries. Notification management. Turn off all non-essential notifications. Essential might be calls from family or urgent work matters. Social media likes aren't essential. Time blocking. Designate specific times for checking email, messages, social media. Outside those times, don't check. This prevents the constant switching that fragments attention. Physical separation. during focus periods, put devices in another room. If they're visible or within reach, you'll check them reflexively. App limits. Use built-in screen time controls or apps that block distracting sites during designated focus times. Evening digital sunset. Establish a time, e.g. 8 p.m., after which you don't use screens except for reading. This protects rest and presence with family/self. These aren't restrictions, they're liberations. You're freeing yourself from the tyranny of constant availability to be actually present in your life. The monotasking practice. Multitasking is a myth. Your brain doesn't actually do two things simultaneously, it rapidly switches between them, with significant switching costs. When you multitask, you're fragmenting attention and performing both tasks worse than if you did them sequentially. Monotasking is the practice of doing one thing at a time with full attention. When eating, just eat, not eat while watching TV or scrolling phone. When talking to someone, just talk, not text while conversing. When reading, just read, not read with music and TV in background. When exercising, just exercise, not work out while watching shows. This feels strange initially because we're so habituated to constant stimulation. Your mind will resist. This is boring. I should be more efficient. I'm wasting time. But actually, monotasking is more efficient. You complete each task better and often faster. More importantly, you're actually present for your life instead of perpetually distracted from it. Start small. Choose one routine daily activity to do with complete attention for 1 week. Notice what changes. Flow in relationships. Some of the most meaningful flow experiences happen in connection with others. Deep conversations, collaborative projects, parenting, intimate moments, team sports, musical ensembles, meaningful work with colleagues. Flow in relationships has specific characteristics. Mutual absorption. Both people are fully engaged. Attention flows between you naturally. Neither is distracted or mentally elsewhere. Collaborative challenge. You're working together towards something, understanding each other, solving a problem, creating something, enjoying an activity. There's a shared goal that commands mutual attention. Balanced contribution. Both people are actively contributing. It's not one person performing while the other watches. It's genuine co-creation. Lost self-consciousness. You're not monitoring how you're coming across or what the other person thinks of you. You're genuinely with them. Creating conditions for relational flow. Remove distractions. Put devices away during conversations. Create actual space free from interruption. Create shared challenges. Do activities together that require engaged attention. Cook a complex meal, build something, have a meaningful conversation about important topics, play sports, create art. Match challenge to shared capability. Too easy and it's boring, too hard and it's frustrating. Find activities that stretch you both appropriately. Be fully present. Bring the same present moment awareness you use in performance contexts to your relationships. Listen completely instead of planning your response. Notice what's actually happening instead of overlaying interpretations. Allow time. Flow can't be rushed. You can have a deep, flowing conversation in 5 minutes between other commitments. Protect larger time blocks for important relationships. Optimize timing. When are you both most available emotionally and mentally? Don't try to have important conversations when exhausted or stressed. Choose timing that allows engagement. The conversation practice. Once weekly, have a conversation with someone important to you where devices are completely away. You have at least 30 uninterrupted minutes. You're both genuinely curious about each other's experience. There's no agenda except connection and understanding. You practice full listening without planning your response. Notice how different this feels from normal, distracted interaction. This is what relational presence can be when you create conditions for it. Chapter 9. Flow in Daily Life. So far, we've focused primarily on flow in performance contexts, athletes competing, professionals working, artists creating. But what about the rest of life? You spend most of your time not in formal performance situations. You're having conversations, doing household tasks, navigating relationships, making decisions, pursuing hobbies, managing daily responsibilities. Can flow exist in these ordinary moments? Should it? The answer is yes, and integrating flow into daily life might be even more important than accessing it during peak performances. Here's why. Flow in daily life prevents the compartmentalization where you're on during performance and exhausted, scattered, or numb the rest of the time. It makes engagement and meaning accessible throughout your day, not just during special occasions. It builds your flow capacity consistently rather than sporadically. It transforms how you experience life itself, not just how you perform specific tasks. This chapter is about bringing flow principles into the messy, interrupted, imperfect reality of actual human existence. Reclaiming focus in an age of distraction. The single biggest obstacle to flow in daily life is the attention crisis we discussed in Chapter 2, but amplified. At work, you might have some protection, block time, closed doors, focus periods. In daily life, you're bombarded, notifications, family needs, environmental chaos, endless decision-making, the seductive pull of entertainment and social media. Reclaiming focus doesn't mean eliminating all distraction. That's unrealistic and probably undesirable. It means creating islands of protected attention throughout your day where flow becomes possible. The attention budget. You have limited attentional capacity. Every day, you're making choices about where to invest it, mostly unconsciously. The attention budget approach makes this conscious. Identify what deserves your focused attention today. Not everything. Maybe 1 to 3 activities where you want to be fully present and engaged. These could be a conversation with your partner, playing with your children, a creative project, reading or learning something meaningful, physical exercise, a challenging work task, preparing a meal with care. For these high-priority items, protect your attention deliberately. Eliminate competing stimuli, put phone in another room, turn off notifications. Set a specific time when you're least likely to be interrupted. Communicate boundaries to others. I'm focused on this for the next hour. Give yourself permission to ignore everything else temporarily. For lower priority activities, allow partial attention. You don't need deep focus for every email or routine task. This isn't about perfectionism, it's about choosing where to invest your limited capacity for full presence. Digital boundaries. Technology is the biggest daily flow killer for most people. Not because technology is inherently bad, but because it's designed to capture and fragment attention. Create specific boundaries. Notification management. Turn off all non-essential notifications. Essential might be calls from family or urgent work matters. Social media likes aren't essential. Time blocking. Designate specific times for checking email, messages, social media. Outside those times, don't check. This prevents the constant switching that fragments attention. Physical separation. During focus periods, put devices in another room. If they're visible or within reach, you'll check them reflexively. App limits. Use built-in screen time controls or apps that block distracting sites during designated focus times. Evening digital sunset. Establish a time, e.g. 8 p.m., after which you don't use screens except for reading. This protects rest and presence with family/self. These aren't restrictions, they're liberations. You're freeing yourself from the tyranny of constant availability to be actually present in your life. The monotasking practice. Multitasking is a myth. Your brain doesn't actually do 2 things simultaneously, it rapidly switches between them, with significant switching costs. When you multitask, you're fragmenting attention and performing both tasks worse than if you did them sequentially. Monotasking is the practice of doing one thing at a time with full attention. When eating, just eat, not eat while watching TV or scrolling phone. When talking to someone, just talk, not text while conversing. When reading, just read, not read with music and TV in background. When exercising, just exercise, not work out while watching shows. This feels strange initially because we're so habituated to constant stimulation. Your mind will resist. This is boring. I should be more efficient. I'm wasting time. But actually, monotasking is more efficient. You complete each task better and often faster. More importantly, you're actually present for your life instead of perpetually distracted from it. Start small. Choose one routine daily activity to do with complete attention for 1 week. Notice what changes. Flow in relationships. Some of the most meaningful flow experiences happen in connection with others. Deep conversations, collaborative projects, parenting, intimate moments, team sports, musical ensembles, meaningful work with colleagues. Flow in relationships has specific characteristics. Mutual absorption. Both people are fully engaged. Attention flows between you naturally. Neither is distracted or mentally elsewhere. Collaborative challenge. You're working together towards something, understanding each other, solving a problem, creating something, enjoying an activity. There's a shared goal that commands mutual attention. Balanced contribution. Both people are actively contributing. It's not one person performing while the other watches. It's genuine co-creation. Lost self-consciousness. You're not monitoring how you're coming across or what the other person thinks of you. You're genuinely with them. Creating conditions for relational flow. Remove distractions. Put devices away during conversations. Create actual space free from interruption. Create shared challenges. Do activities together that require engaged attention. Cook a complex meal. Build something. Have a meaningful conversation about important topics. Play sports. Create art. Match challenge to shared capability. Too easy and it's boring. Too hard and it's frustrating. Find activities that stretch you both appropriately. Be fully present. Bring the same present moment awareness you use in performance contexts to your relationships. Listen completely instead of planning your response. Notice what's actually happening instead of overlaying interpretations. Allow time. Flow can't be rushed. You can have a deep, flowing conversation in 5 minutes between other commitments. Protect larger time blocks for important relationships. Optimize timing. When are you both most available emotionally and mentally? Don't try to have important conversations when exhausted or stressed. Choose timing that allows engagement. The conversation practice. Once weekly, have a conversation with someone important to you where devices are completely away. You have at least 30 uninterrupted minutes. You're both genuinely curious about each other's experience. There's no agenda except connection and understanding. You practice full listening without planning your response. Notice how different this feels from normal, distracted interaction. This is what relational presence can be when you create conditions for it. Finding flow in routine. Most daily life is routine: commuting, cleaning, cooking, exercising, personal care. These don't seem like flow opportunities. They're just things you have to do. But actually, routine activities can become flow experiences with the right approach. Elevating routine through attention. The mindfulness approach. Bring complete attention to the sensory experience of the activity. If washing dishes, feel the water temperature, notice the texture of soap, see the transformation from dirty to clean. This transforms a chore into a focused meditation. The mastery approach. Challenge yourself to do the routine activity with greater skill or efficiency. How quickly can you clean the kitchen while maintaining quality? How smoothly can you navigate your commute? This introduces a challenge that makes routine engaging. The creative approach. Find ways to make routine activities novel. Cook a familiar dish with a new technique. Take a different route. Reorganize your approach. Novelty captures attention and prevents boredom. The purpose approach. Connect routine activities to larger meaning. Cleaning isn't just removing dirt, it's creating a peaceful environment for your family. Cooking isn't just feeding yourself, it's an act of self-care and nourishment. Purpose makes activities intrinsically meaningful. Exercise as flow practice. Physical exercise is one of the most accessible flow domains for most people. Movement naturally focuses attention, provides clear goals and feedback, and can be calibrated to appropriate challenges. Ways to increase flow in exercise. Choose activities that genuinely engage you, not just what you should do. Set appropriate challenges, not too easy, not overwhelming. Remove distractions, no TV, no complex podcasts, just music or silence. Focus on the physical sensations and movement quality. Track progress to see improvement over time. Find the edge where you're stretched but capable. For many people, their morning workout becomes their daily flow practice, a reliable time when they can access focused, absorbed engagement. Work-life integration. The traditional concept of work-life balance suggests work and life are separate realms to be balanced against each other. Flow suggests something different, integration where engagement and meaning are accessible throughout your day. Bringing flow principles to work. Structure focus blocks. Identify your most important work and protect 90 to 120-minute blocks for it. Use your ready ritual before these blocks. Protect them from interruption. Batch shallow work, email, messages, administrative tasks. Batch these into designated times rather than letting them fragment your day. Align work with strengths. Whenever possible, shape your role toward activities that naturally engage you and away from those that drain you. Create completion loops. Structure work so you can complete meaningful units and get feedback. Open-ended work without clear progress is difficult to flow with. Manage energy, not just time. Do your most important work when you have peak energy. Use lower energy times for routine tasks. Bringing flow principles to personal life. Protect family time. Create actual boundaries around time with partners/children. Be as protective of this as you are of work deadlines. Single task presence. When with family, be actually with them, not physically present but mentally at work or on your device. Shared activities. Do things together that create genuine engagement, not just parallel existence in the same space. Personal flow time. Protect time for your own flow pursuits, hobbies, creative projects, exercise, learning. This isn't selfish. It's essential for well-being and brings your best self to relationships. Recovery time. Include genuine rest and recovery. Flow isn't sustainable 24/7. You need time that's low demand and restorative. The daily flow practice. A sustainable flow-based lifestyle includes regular practices that maintain and deepen your capacity. Morning practice, 10 to 20 minutes. Start your day intentionally rather than reactively. Brief physical movement to activate your body. Meditation or breathing to settle your mind. Clarify your intention for the day. What deserves your focus? Review your attention budget and protect key focus times. This isn't about becoming a morning person if you're not naturally one. It's about starting with intention rather than immediately reacting to demands. Midday reset, 5 to 10 minutes. Break for actual recovery, not just task switching. Get outside if possible. Move your body. Breathe deeply. Release morning tension. Reclarify focus for afternoon. This prevents the afternoon slump and maintains capacity for engagement. Evening reflection, 5 to 10 minutes. Before sleep, brief reflection. What moments of flow or engagement did you experience? What helped or hindered your focus? What are you grateful for? What will you release from today? Don't carry unfinished mental tasks to bed. This creates closure on the day and prepares for restorative sleep. Weekly review, 20 to 30 minutes. Once weekly, broader reflection. How well did you protect your attention this week? When did you experience flow? What patterns are emerging? What do you want to adjust next week? Are you investing time in what matters most? This maintains alignment between your stated values and actual time investment. Building a flow-supporting environment. Your physical environment powerfully influences your capacity for flow. While you can't control everything, you can make deliberate choices. Home environment. Dedicated spaces, if possible, have spaces designated for specific activities, workspace, creative space, relaxation space. Physical separation helps mental separation. Minimize visual clutter. Chaos in your environment creates chaos in your mind. Not everything needs to be perfect, but your main living and working spaces benefit from order. Control stimulation. Be intentional about background noise, lighting, temperature. What supports focus versus what fragments it. Device charging stations. Have a designated place outside your bedroom for devices to charge overnight. This prevents bedtime scrolling and morning reactivity. Work environment. Noise control, headphones, white noise, or requesting a quieter workspace if possible. Visual privacy. Position yourself so you're not constantly seeing movement/people if that distracts you. Tool accessibility. Keep what you need for focused work immediately accessible so you don't have to break focus to search for things. Boundary signals. Headphones, closed door, focus time, sign, whatever signals to others you're not available. Technology as tool, not master. Technology isn't inherently anti-flow. Used intentionally, it can support flow. Used reactively, it destroys it. Intentional technology use. Tools that support flow. Music or ambient sound for optimal focus. Apps that block distracting sites during focus times. Project management tools that create clarity and feedback. Learning platforms for developing skills. Communication tools used during designated times. Technology habits that kill flow. Constant notification checking. Social media scrolling as automatic habit. News consumption throughout the day. Device use as default response to boredom or discomfort. Screen time before bed disrupts sleep, which undermines next day's flow capacity. The intentionality test. Before using technology, pause and ask, "What's my intention right now?" If you have a clear purpose, proceed. If you're just reflexively checking, don't. Measuring progress. How do you know if integrating flow into daily life is working? Track these indicators. Quantitative. Hours per week in focused, engaged activity. Number of times you access flow states. Quality of sleep. Better sleep indicates better stress management and recovery. Time spent on high priority versus low priority activities. Qualitative. Sense of meaning and fulfillment in daily life. Energy levels throughout the day. Quality of relationships and connection. Stress levels and resilience. Satisfaction with how you're spending time. You don't need elaborate tracking, just enough awareness to know whether things are moving in the right direction. The long-term benefits of consistent flow practice. When flow becomes integrated into daily life rather than an occasional peak experience, several long-term benefits emerge. Sustainable high performance. You're not burning out chasing peak states. You're performing well consistently because flow is built into your rhythm. Enhanced well-being. Flow is intrinsically rewarding. Regular access to flow states improves mood, reduces anxiety and depression, and increases life satisfaction. Deeper relationships. When you bring presence and engagement to relationships, they deepen. Connection improves. Conflicts reduce because you're actually understanding each other. Continuous growth. Flow exists at your edge, so regular flow means regular challenge and growth. You're not stagnant, you're continually developing. Meaning and purpose. Flow connects you to what matters. Regular engagement with meaningful challenges creates a sense of purpose that transcends daily frustrations. Resilience. Each flow experience builds your capacity to handle challenge. Over time, you become more resilient, more adaptable, more capable. Presence. Perhaps most importantly, you're actually present for your life. You're not perpetually distracted, waiting for something better or checked out. You're here now, engaged with what is. Flow as a way of life. Ultimately, this isn't about techniques or tactics. It's about a fundamental orientation to living. Instead of sleepwalking through routine, you're bringing full attention to what you're doing. Instead of fragmenting yourself across multiple partial engagements, you're giving yourself fully to one thing at a time. Instead of waiting for perfect conditions to be engaged, you're creating engagement wherever you are. This isn't about being on all the time. It's about knowing when to engage fully and when to rest fully. When to push toward flow and when to allow recovery. When to challenge yourself and when to be gentle. Flow in daily life means you're not compartmentalizing. Performer at work, zombie at home. You're a fully engaged human being bringing your best self to all of life's domains. The practices in this chapter aren't additional burdens on your already full life. They're ways of reclaiming your life from the tyranny of distraction and fragmentation. They're how you become the author of your experience rather than its passive recipient. Start small. Choose one practice from this chapter to implement this week. Just one. Master it. Then add another. Over time, these practices compound into a fundamentally different way of living. Flow isn't just for athletes and artists and elite performers. It's for you, in your actual life, with your real challenges and constraints. It's available now, today, in whatever you're doing, if you bring the right attention to it. Chapter 10. Deep Resilience Through Flow. Here's something counterintuitive. The pursuit of peak performance can either build deep resilience or destroy it, depending on how you approach it. Many high performers burn out. They push hard, achieve remarkable things, then crash. Their performance comes at the cost of their well-being. They become increasingly fragile, needing perfect conditions to perform, unable to handle setbacks, eventually breaking under the accumulated pressure. But other high performers seem to get stronger over time. They handle setbacks with equanimity. They sustain excellence over decades. They face increasing challenges without burning out. They're anti-fragile. They gain from stress rather than being broken by it. What's the difference? The difference is whether their performance practice builds genuine resilience or merely extracts short-term results at long-term cost. Flow-based performance, done correctly, builds deep resilience. This chapter explores how. What deep resilience actually is. Resilience isn't just bouncing back from adversity. That's surface resilience, returning to your previous state after disruption. Deep resilience is more profound. Deep resilience is maintaining core stability while adapting flexibly to changing circumstances. Growing stronger through challenge rather than just surviving it. Sustaining well-being and performance simultaneously over extended time. Accessing internal resources regardless of external conditions. Maintaining meaning and engagement even during difficulty. Think of it as psychological immune strength. Just as a healthy immune system handles pathogens without system collapse, deep resilience handles life's challenges without psychological collapse. What deep resilience is not. Invulnerability, or never being affected by difficulty. Suppressing emotions or toughing it out. Maintaining the same approach regardless of context. Never needing support or help. Performing at peak levels constantly without variation. Resilience includes vulnerability, emotional honesty, strategic adaptation, connection with others, and rhythms of exertion and recovery. How flow builds lasting mental strength. Flow experiences systematically build resilience through several mechanisms. Stress inoculation. Flow exists at the edge of your capabilities, challenging but manageable. Each time you successfully navigate this edge, you're proving to yourself that you can handle difficulty. This is stress inoculation, exposure to manageable stress that builds capacity for handling greater stress. It's like physical training. You don't build strength by lifting weights that are too light, no stress, or too heavy, overwhelming stress. You build it at the edge, difficult but doable. Flow provides optimal psychological stress inoculation. Over time, what once felt overwhelming becomes manageable. Your window of optimal challenge expands. You can handle more complexity, more pressure, more uncertainty without breaking. Self-efficacy development. Self-efficacy is your belief in your ability to handle challenges. It's not general self-confidence. It's domain-specific confidence based on evidence of capability. Flow provides powerful self-efficacy evidence. When you successfully perform at your edge, especially under pressure, you accumulate proof of your capability. This isn't empty positive thinking, it's experiential evidence. This builds confidence that's robust because it's earned. When future challenges arise, you can reference. I've handled difficult situations before. I've accessed my best under pressure. I can do this. Psychological flexibility. Flow requires working with reality as it is, not as you wish it were. The challenge-skill balance keeps shifting. Conditions change. Unexpected obstacles appear. Flow teaches you to adapt fluidly rather than rigidly insisting on one approach. This adaptability is central to resilience. Rigid people break under pressure. Flexible people bend and adjust. Flow cultivates the flexibility to change strategies while maintaining core goals. Intrinsic motivation strengthening. Flow is intrinsically rewarding. You do it because the engagement itself is fulfilling. This internalization of motivation makes you less dependent on external validation or circumstances. When motivation is primarily external, approval, money, status, you're fragile, vulnerable to changes in those external rewards. When motivation is internal, meaning, growth, engagement, you're resilient, you can maintain engagement even when external rewards are absent. Flow strengthens intrinsic motivation by making the process itself rewarding, not just the outcomes. Present moment capacity. Flow exists only in the present. You can't flow while ruminating about the past or catastrophizing about the future. Flow practice systematically trains present moment awareness. Present moment capacity is essential for resilience. Most psychological suffering comes from being stuck in the past, rumination, regret, or future, worry, catastrophizing. Present moment awareness doesn't eliminate difficulty, but it prevents the multiplication of suffering through mental time travel. Recovery skills. Accessing flow requires energy. Sustaining it requires managing that energy. Regular flow practice teaches you to recognize when you're depleted and need recovery, what recovery actually looks like, and how to transition between exertion and rest. Many people burn out because they never truly recover. They're perpetually in a state of partial exhaustion. Flow practice, done sustainably, teaches the rhythm of exertion and recovery that prevents burnout. The connection between flow and well-being. Peak performance and well-being are often presented as trade-offs. You can perform excellently or you can be happy, but not both. This is false. Flow demonstrates that peak performance and peak experience coincide. When you're in flow, you're simultaneously performing at your highest level, experiencing deep fulfillment, free from anxiety and self-consciousness, completely engaged with meaningful challenge, experiencing time richness rather than time scarcity. This isn't coincidence, it's fundamental to how human psychology works. We're not designed for comfortable mediocrity. We're designed for engaged challenges. Flow is what happens when we're using our capacities fully in pursuit of meaningful goals. The well-being benefits of regular flow. Reduced anxiety and depression. Flow interrupts rumination and worry. The present moment absorption and sense of mastery that flow provides are powerful antidotes to anxiety and depression. Increased life satisfaction. People who regularly experience flow report higher life satisfaction. They feel their time is well spent, their capabilities are being used, their life has meaning. Enhanced relationships. Flow skills, presence, focus, engagement, transfer to relationships, improving connection and communication. Greater stress resilience. Regular flow builds your capacity to handle stress without being overwhelmed by it. Improved physical health. Reduced chronic stress means better immune function, better sleep, lower inflammation, and overall improved physical health. Sense of meaning and purpose. Flow connects you to what matters. When you're regularly engaged with meaningful challenges, life feels purposeful rather than empty. Preventing burnout through sustainable performance. Burnout isn't caused by hard work, it's caused by unsustainable approaches to hard work. Flow-based performance is inherently more sustainable than force-based performance. Force-based performance. Willpower and discipline as primary drivers. Ignoring signals of depletion. Pushing through regardless of state. External motivation, fear, obligation, approval seeking. No clear end to exertion. Recovery as weakness. This approach produces results short-term but creates burnout long-term. Flow-based performance. Engagement and interest as primary drivers. Respecting signals of depletion. Working with your state, not against it. Internal motivation, meaning, growth, intrinsic interest. Clear rhythms of exertion and recovery. Recovery as essential for sustained performance. This approach produces sustainable excellence. Signs you're heading toward burnout. Chronic exhaustion not resolved by rest. Cynicism or detachment from work you previously cared about. Reduced performance despite sustained effort. Physical symptoms, headaches, digestive issues, frequent illness. Inability to concentrate or find focus. Emotional volatility or numbness. Loss of satisfaction from achievements. Sleep disruption. Withdrawal from relationships. If you notice several of these, you're not failing, you're getting important information that your current approach isn't sustainable. Course correction. Reduce demands temporarily, not forever, but until you rebuild capacity. Prioritize recovery, sleep, rest, activities that genuinely restore you. Reconnect with intrinsic motivation. Why did this matter to you originally? Can you rediscover that? Simplify. Reduce complexity and commitments to essential only. Seek support, professional help, coaching, or trusted relationships. Reassess. Is this pursuit still aligned with your values? Sometimes burnout signals it's time to change direction. Creating recovery practices that support flow. Recovery isn't the absence of activity, it's the presence of restorative activity. What actually restores you versus what merely distracts you. True recovery activities. Provide genuine rest for your primary performance systems. If you use your brain all day, physical activity is recovery. If you use your body all day, cognitive rest is recovery. Are intrinsically enjoyable, not just good for you. Don't create new demands or stress. Help you transition from doing to being. Restore energy rather than deplete it. Common recovery activities that aren't actually restorative. Scrolling social media creates comparison and FOMO. Binge watching TV you don't really care about. Passive consumption without engagement. Relaxing with alcohol or substances impairs actual physical recovery and sleep. Staying up late because it's my only free time sacrifices recovery for false freedom. Effective recovery practices. Physical recovery. Adequate sleep, 7 to 9 hours for most people, non-negotiable for sustained performance. Active recovery movement, walking, gentle yoga, swimming, not sedentary. Massage, sauna, or other body restoration practices. Proper nutrition and hydration. Time in nature. Mental recovery. Meditation or mindfulness practice. Activities that fully absorb attention in a different way than your work, hobbies, creative pursuits. Reading for pleasure. Time without information input, no podcasts, news, learning, just being. Emotional recovery. Connection with loved ones. Laughter and play. Creative expression. Therapy or meaningful conversation. Solitude for introverts especially. Spiritual recovery. Practices that connect you to meaning larger than yourself. Gratitude practice. Connection with nature. Religious or spiritual practice if meaningful to you. Service to others. The recovery ratio. For sustainable high performance, you need roughly 1 hour of recovery for every 2 to 3 hours of high-intensity performance. This doesn't mean doing nothing, it means activities that restore rather than deplete. If you're doing 6 hours of deep, focused work daily, you need 2 to 3 hours of genuine recovery. If you're doing intense physical training, you need adequate rest days and sleep. Ignore this ratio, and performance declines and burnout approaches. Respect it, and performance stays high and actually improves over time. The long-term view. Deep resilience requires thinking in decades, not days. What enables sustained excellence over a lifetime rather than brief peaks followed by crashes? The marathon mindset. Sprint-focused performers extract maximum short-term results and burn out. Marathon-focused performers pace themselves for sustainable excellence. This doesn't mean performing at lower intensity, it means alternating between high intensity and genuine recovery, choosing challenges that build you rather than just deplete you, and maintaining practices that sustain well-being alongside performance. Ask yourself, will my current approach allow me to still be performing at high levels in 10 years? 20 years? If not, it's not sustainable, regardless of current results. Periodization. Athletes use periodization, plan variation in training intensity throughout the year. Periods of high-intensity training alternate with recovery periods. This prevents staleness and overtraining while building long-term performance. The same principle applies to any performance domain. Have intense periods, project launches, competition seasons, creative bursts. Follow them with recovery periods, lower intensity work, vacation, skill development. Build regular variation into your year rather than trying to maintain peak intensity constantly. The retirement-proof question. Professional athletes eventually retire, but you want the capacities you're building to serve you throughout life. Ask, am I building capabilities that will serve me beyond this specific performance context? Flow builds transferable capacities, focus, resilience, self-regulation, present moment awareness, stress management. These serve you regardless of what you're doing or where you are in life. Flow as resilience training. Every flow experience is resilience training. You're practicing operating at your edge without being overwhelmed. You're proving you can handle challenge. You're building self-efficacy through successful performance. You're learning to regulate your state under pressure. You're developing present moment capacity. You're experiencing the intrinsic reward that sustains long-term engagement. The more frequently you access flow, the more resilient you become, not through hardship alone, but through successful navigation of optimal challenge. This is why flow-based performance builds people up rather than breaking them down. You're not just extracting results, you're developing the human being capable of sustained excellence. Deep resilience isn't just about surviving difficulty. It's about thriving through it, growing stronger, maintaining well-being, and accessing your best when it matters most. Flow is how you build that resilience systematically. In the final chapter, we'll explore how to leverage this flow advantage not just for personal performance, but for fulfilling your potential and contributing meaningfully to the world around you. Chapter 11. The Flow Advantage. You've learned to access flow systematically. You've built resilience through flow practice. You're performing at levels you didn't know were possible while maintaining well-being. This is remarkable, but it's not the end of the journey. The ultimate flow advantage isn't just personal excellence. It's what becomes possible when you consistently operate from your optimal state, fulfilling your genuine potential, creating meaningful impact, and helping others access their own excellence. This final chapter is about leveraging flow for a life of sustained contribution and meaning. Fulfilling your full potential. Most people never discover what they're truly capable of. They spend their lives operating at a fraction of their capacity, not because they lack talent, but because they never create the conditions where their full capabilities can emerge. Flow reveals your actual potential because it's where you perform without the limitations of overthinking, anxiety, or self-consciousness. In flow, you access capacities that are always present but usually obscured. The potential gap. There's a gap between how you typically perform, your default level, how you perform in flow, your optimal level, what you could achieve with consistent flow access, your potential. Most people experience flow accidentally and rarely. They perform mostly at default level, occasionally touching optimal level, never sustaining it long enough to approach potential. When you can access flow systematically, your default level rises, you perform better even when not in deep flow. Your optimal level deepens, flow experiences become richer and more productive. You actually approach your potential, consistent optimal performance produces extraordinary results over time. The compounding effect. Flow-based performance compounds. Each session of deep work produces more than a session of scattered work. Over weeks, months, years, this difference becomes massive. Consider. Scattered performer might complete 2 hours of meaningful work in an 8-hour day. Flow-capable performer might complete 4 to 6 hours of meaningful work in the same time. Over a year, that's 500 versus 1,000 to 1,500 hours of high-quality work. Over a career, the difference is thousands of hours of peak-level performance. This isn't about working more hours. It's about bringing full presence to the hours you work. The person who can consistently access flow doesn't just perform better. They accomplish exponentially more over time. Flow as competitive advantage. In any field, the people who can consistently access flow have an enormous advantage. In business and professional domains, you solve problems others can't because you can sustain deep focus on complex challenges. You produce higher quality work in less time. You handle pressure with grace rather than overwhelm. You innovate more because flow enables the creative insights others miss. You build better relationships because you can be genuinely present with clients and colleagues. In creative domains, you create more prolifically because flow enables sustained productive engagement. Your work has depth and originality that surface-level effort can match. You push through creative blocks that stop others. You develop mastery faster through focused practice. You sustain creative output over decades rather than burning out. In athletic domains, you perform your best when it matters most. You learn and improve faster through focused practice. You handle competitive pressure better. You sustain your career longer by avoiding burnout. You experience the joy that keeps you engaged when external rewards diminish. In leadership, you make better decisions because you can access clarity under pressure. You inspire others through your presence and engagement. You handle complexity without being overwhelmed. You maintain strategic perspective while addressing immediate demands. You model sustainable excellence for your team. The flow advantage isn't about working harder than others, it's about accessing a different quality of engagement that produces exceptional results. Teaching flow to others. Once you've developed your own flow practice, you have something valuable to offer. You can help others access flow. This doesn't mean becoming a performance coach, though you could. It means bringing flow principles to your sphere of influence, your team, your family, your community. Leading for flow. If you lead others, you can create conditions that enable or block flow for your team. Flow enabling leadership. Provide clear goals and meaningful challenges. Match challenge to individual capability. Remove unnecessary obstacles and interruptions. Give autonomy over how work gets done. Provide immediate, constructive feedback. Protect time for deep work. Recognize and value the process, not just outcomes. Model flow practice yourself. Flow blocking leadership. Create unclear or constantly shifting goals. Micromanage how work is done. Allow constant interruptions and fragmentation. Provide only delayed or critical feedback. Value only outcomes, not the quality of engagement. Demand constant availability. Model stressed, scattered behavior. Even if you're not in formal leadership, you influence the people around you. Your presence and practices create a field that either facilitates or hinders flow for others. Teaching flow to children. Children naturally experience flow in play. As they age, this capacity often diminishes under the pressure of standardized education and performance demands. Parents and educators can protect and develop flow capacity. Provide challenges appropriately matched to capability. Allow time for deep engagement without interruption. Encourage process focus. You worked hard and figured it out. Over outcome focus, you won. Model sustained attention and engagement yourself. Protect against excessive screen time and fragmentation. Create space for unstructured play and exploration. Help them find activities they're intrinsically motivated by. The greatest gift you can give a child isn't pushing them toward achievement, it's helping them discover how to fully engage with challenges. That capacity serves them for life. Creating flow culture. Whether in your workplace, team, or community, you can influence culture toward flow. Normalize deep work and protected focus time. Challenge the cult of busyness and constant availability. Celebrate mastery and growth, not just winning. Create spaces and times optimized for focus. Share flow practices openly. Acknowledge that sustainable excellence requires recovery. Model the behavior you want to see. Culture change starts with individuals who demonstrate a better way. Be that individual. The ripple effect. When you consistently operate from flow, the impact extends beyond your direct sphere. You perform better, which produces better work, which serves others more effectively. Whether you're a surgeon performing operations, a teacher educating students, an entrepreneur building a business, or a parent raising children, your flow-based excellence directly benefits others. You model possibility, showing others that sustained excellence without burnout is achievable. In a culture of chronic stress and fragmentation, you demonstrate an alternative. This gives others permission to pursue the same. You raise standards, showing what's possible when someone is fully engaged. This challenges others to bring their best, not through shame or competition, but through inspiration. You create more value, whether measured in economic terms, creative output, service to others, or quality of relationships. Flow-based performance is inherently more productive and impactful than scattered performance. You contribute to collective well-being, because your regulation and resilience affect those around you. Calm, focused presence is contagious. So is anxious, scattered reactivity. Which do you want to spread? Living in flow. Ultimately, this isn't about optimizing performance metrics or achieving specific goals. It's about living a particular kind of life. A life where you're regularly operating at the intersection of challenge and capability, where difficulty becomes opportunity rather than threat, where your time feels richly spent rather than wasted, where presence replaces distraction, where you're using your capacities fully, where meaning is accessible in daily experience, where performance and fulfillment coincide rather than compete. This is what living in flow means. Not constant intensity or perpetual peak experience, but a life organized around flow as a central practice, where the skills you've developed through performance extend to all domains, where you're the author of your experience rather than its victim, where challenge builds you rather than breaks you. The practices become your life. The ready, steady, flow model isn't just for formal performances. It becomes how you approach everything. You prepare intentionally before important moments. You regulate your state throughout the day. You recognize and protect opportunities for deep engagement. You reflect and learn continuously. You balance exertion with recovery. You choose challenge that stretches you appropriately. You stay present with what's actually happening. These aren't performance hacks, they're a way of living. The questions that matter. As you continue your flow journey, keep returning to these questions. Am I regularly experiencing flow? If not, what's blocking it? What needs to change in how I'm approaching challenges or organizing my time? Is my performance sustainable? Can I maintain this for years, or am I heading toward burnout? What adjustments would make this genuinely sustainable? Am I growing? Is my edge expanding, or am I staying in my comfort zone? Am I taking on challenges that genuinely stretch me? Is my life meaningful? Do my flow pursuits connect to what matters most to me? Am I engaging with challenges I care about? Am I contributing? Is my excellence serving just myself, or am I creating value for others? How does my flow practice enable contribution? Am I bringing others along? Am I helping others access their own flow, or hoarding knowledge? How can I share what I'm learning? These questions keep you honest and oriented toward what matters. The future of performance. The future isn't about working harder, achieving more, or optimizing every moment. It's about working more skillfully, bringing full presence to what matters, creating conditions for optimal states, building resilience alongside excellence, and sustaining performance over lifetimes rather than burning bright and flaming out. Flow represents this future. It's performance that's sustainable over decades, not just productive in bursts. Fulfilling as experience, not just successful as outcome. Developmentally enriching, not just externally rewarding. Resilience building, not depleting. Accessible to everyone willing to practice, not just genetic lottery winners. As more people discover they can access flow systematically rather than waiting for it accidentally, performance standards will rise. But more importantly, well-being will rise alongside performance rather than being sacrificed to it. Choose one practice to implement this week. Just one. Maybe it's creating your personalized flow ritual, protecting time for deep work, practicing mindful presence in one daily activity, implementing your recovery protocol, teaching flow principles to someone you lead, applying the growth-oriented setback analysis. Commit to it for 1 week. Notice what changes. Then, based on that experience, make your next choice. Over time, these practices compound. 6 months from now, you could be operating at a level that feels impossible from where you are today. Not through heroic effort, but through systematic practice of accessing your optimal states. You have the knowledge. You have the framework. You have the practice. What you do with them determines whether this was an interesting read or a transformative catalyst. Effortless performance isn't about making everything easy. It's about bringing such complete engagement to challenge that the struggle dissolves in absorption. It's flowing. You're capable of extraordinary things. Not someday when conditions are perfect, but now, with what you have, if you create the conditions that allow your full capacity to emerge. This is your work, not achieving some external measure of success, but discovering and expressing what you're actually capable of when you're fully present, appropriately challenged, and operating from your optimal state. The world needs what you can create, contribute, and become when you're at your best. Not occasionally when things align perfectly, but consistently through deliberate practice. Flow is your advantage, your tool for sustainable excellence, your antidote to burnout, your pathway to meaning, your demonstration of what's possible. Use it well. If you're finding value in these insights on transforming pressure into performance, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel for more audiobook. Grab the book of Effortless Performance, Finding Flow by Transforming Pressure into Performance. Check out the description below. Conclusion. The life you're already capable of. You've traveled a long way through these pages. You've learned what flow is and why it matters. You've understood the biology that works against you and the mindset that works for you. You've studied a 3-step model for accessing optimal performance, practiced techniques for regulation and recovery, explored how to bounce back from setbacks, and designed a personalized ritual tailored to your unique wiring. You've explored flow in daily life, in work, relationships, routine, and rest. You've understood how flow builds deep resilience, prevents burnout, and creates the foundation for sustained excellence. You've seen how this practice ripples outward, affecting not just your performance but your contribution to others. That's a lot of ground covered. And now we arrive at the place where every book eventually arrives, the end of words, the beginning of action. The truth about what you now know. Knowledge without application is entertainment. Interesting, stimulating, perhaps even inspiring, but ultimately inert. It changes nothing about your actual life. You could close this book and return to exactly where you were before you opened it. The world wouldn't notice. Your circumstances wouldn't change. Your performance would continue along its current trajectory, adequate, perhaps, but not extraordinary. Not fully engaged. Not what you're actually capable of. Or you could do something different. Not everything at once. Not perfectly. Not with the guarantee that it will work immediately or that the path will be smooth. But something. One practice. One shift. One experiment with how you show up for the challenges in your life. That single action is the difference between this being a book you read and a book that changed you. What actually changes? Let's be honest about what flow practice does and doesn't do. It doesn't eliminate difficulty. Your challenges won't become easier. The world won't suddenly become less competitive, less demanding, less uncertain. If anything, as you develop your capacity, you'll likely seek out greater challenges, because that's where flow lives. It doesn't make you immune to setbacks. You will still fail sometimes. You will still face moments where everything goes wrong, where your best isn't good enough, where the gap between where you are and where you want to be feels impossibly wide. It doesn't make life effortless in the casual sense. There will still be hard days. Exhausted mornings. Frustrating afternoons. Moments when you feel like none of this is working. What it does is far more valuable than any of that. It changes your relationship to all of it. Difficulty becomes challenge rather than threat. Setbacks become data rather than verdicts. Hard days become opportunities to practice rather than evidence of inadequacy. The gap between where you are and where you want to be becomes motivation rather than shame. And in those moments, increasingly frequent as you practice, when everything clicks, when the noise fades and your full capacity emerges and you perform at a level that surprises you in those moments, you discover something profound. You are more capable than you ever believed. Not someday. Not under perfect conditions. Now. With what you have. In the life you're actually living. The ripple effect of one person in flow. Here's what most performance books don't address. The impact of your excellence extends far beyond you. When you perform at your best, the people around you benefit. The patient you treat receives better care. The student you teach receives better instruction. The client you serve receives better solutions. The colleague you work with receives better collaboration. The child you parent receives a more present, engaged, capable parent. When you build resilience through flow practice, you become someone others can rely on. Not because you never struggle, but because you handle struggle with grace and recover with speed. You become stable ground in a world that often feels unstable. When you bring presence to your relationships, those relationships deepen. Connection improves. Understanding increases. The people you love experience a version of you that's fully here, not distracted, not depleted, not going through the motions. When you model sustainable excellence, you give others permission to pursue the same. In a culture that glorifies burnout and treats chronic stress as a badge of honor, you demonstrate an alternative, that you can perform at extraordinary levels while maintaining your well-being, your relationships, and your sense of meaning. One person practicing flow doesn't just improve their own life. They improve every life they touch. In the introduction, I offered you an invitation to choose one practice and implement it. That invitation stands. But let me expand it slightly. The invitation isn't just to try a technique. It's to commit to a relationship with yourself, with challenge, with the process of becoming more fully who you already are. Flow isn't a destination you arrive at and stay. It's a practice you engage with daily. Some days the practice produces flow. Other days it simply maintains your capacity for flow. Both are valuable. Both are necessary. The commitment isn't to perfection. It's consistent. Not to never fail, but to continue after failure. Not to always be in flow, but to always create conditions that make flow possible. This is a lifelong practice. Not a program with an end date, not a hack with a shortcut, not a secret that once discovered makes everything easy. It's a way of engaging with life that deepens over years and decades, that compounds in ways you can't predict, that reveals capabilities you didn't know you possessed. Where to start when you close this book? You don't need to implement everything simultaneously. In fact, trying to do so would likely overwhelm you and result in doing nothing well. Here is a simple path forward. This week, choose one area of your daily life where you want to bring more presence and engagement. Apply the monotasking principle to it. Notice what changes. This month, design your personalized ready ritual using the framework in Chapter 8. Use it before your most important daily activity. Track your experience. Over the next 3 months, gradually layer in steady techniques. Breathing, thought redirection, centering. Experiment with what works for your nervous system. Refine based on experience. Ongoing, continue building. Add recovery practices. Implement post-performance reflection. Experiment with flow in relationships, creative pursuits, and daily routine. Review monthly. Adjust continuously. This isn't a race. It's a practice. The person who starts small and builds consistently will always outperform the person who starts ambitious and burns out. The deeper purpose. Beneath the techniques, the frameworks, and the practices lies something larger than performance optimization. There is a question that most of us carry without articulating it, a quiet wondering that surfaces in moments of honesty. Am I living my life fully? Am I bringing my best to what matters? Am I actually present for my own existence? For most people, the honest answer is no. Not because they're lazy or ungrateful or fundamentally flawed. Because the world they live in, fragmented, pressured, distracted, makes genuine presence and full engagement extraordinarily difficult. Flow is the antidote to that fragmentation. Not a complete solution to every human problem, but a profound restoration of something essential. The experience of being fully alive in your own life. When you're in flow, you're not just performing well. You're living well. You're meeting reality with your full capacity. You're discovering what emerges when you stop fighting yourself and start working with the remarkable system your brain and body already are. That discovery, repeated, deepened, sustained over time, is what this book has been pointing toward all along. Not just better performance. A better life. My final words. You picked up this book for a reason. Maybe you're struggling with pressure. Maybe you're frustrated by your own scattered attention. Maybe you sense there's more in you than you've been able to access. Maybe you're simply curious about what flow really is and whether it's available to you. Whatever brought you here, I want you to know this. You are capable of extraordinary things. Not in some abstract, motivational sense. In a concrete, neurobiological, experiential sense. Your brain is literally designed to enter states of effortless excellence. The capacity is already there, waiting, not for you to develop something new, but for you to stop blocking what already exists. The practices in this book are simply ways of removing the obstacles between you and your own potential. They're not adding something foreign, they're clearing the path to something native. Flow is your birthright as a human being. Not a luxury. Not a reward for the elite. A natural state that becomes accessible when you create the right conditions. You now know what those conditions are. You know how to create them. You know how to sustain them. You know how to recover when they break down, and rebuild them when they do. All that remains is the doing. So close this book. Not with the weight of everything you need to remember, but with the lightness of a single commitment, to show up, to engage, to practice and to discover, again and again, what becomes possible when you do. The flow state is waiting for you. Not someday. Now.